Hello everyone! Welcome back to another Saturday art stream. What's that? We're starting kinda sorta on time for once? That's crazy. I actually, forgot I usually, wait until 11 for these things, but I was eager to start today, I guess. Doing something a little different. Normally I've been saving these art streams for commission work to help me focus, but another thing... Oh, Sonic's peeking in. Okay, there we go. But another thing that I really need to focus on is sitting down and making refs for my characters. It's just overwhelming. I don't feel like doing it, but I need to do it so that I can keep them consistent and so that I can have refs to share with people in case they want to draw them. I have my 1OC open for reference. This is my Firefly Naven. I will be working on my Sid characters. I've made some really crude, quick reference guides for them. Yeah, here's Krail. And, give me 1 second and I'll pull up Sid. I'll just mute that for a second. I have them posted on my private Discord so I can pull them up. But just to show what I'm doing tonight. Yeah, here's Sid. He's the only one that I've kind of sort of attempted making a ref sheet for years ago. But he has changed a little bit since then. One interesting thing about Sid is that, his weight kept fluctuating. He started out, really skinny. He's just, kind of a stick figure character. Then I had a period of time where I was trying to give him a bit of a stomach. Then I dropped it. And now I am incorporating the stomach again. Because I think he looks really cute, being a little bit pudgy. Not extreme to where he's, fat necessarily. He's just, he's got a little bit of extra weight on him. It's yeah, this is how he used to look. Really skinny. And it kind of, makes a better contrast between him and Jeffrey. And it makes sense for Jeffrey to be skinny because he's a zombie. So, he's a short, pudgy little guy now. As for Krail hasn't really changed that much. It's mainly just trying to figure out what his proportions are. Because I used to draw them really tall. This is too much leg for them, I think. That's too much leg. I've been drawing them significantly shorter to try to balance out their proportions, and I think this is a cuter look for them. He's a little bit taller than Sid, but not by much. And that was, yeah, that was always, the case in the original design sheet as well. So yeah, just mainly trying to figure that out. I did have a rough turnaround drawn of Krail before in the past, but I've lost that sheet. Pretty much all of my traditional art of these characters has been lost in a fire. So I pretty much have to scrounge around for art that I posted on my DeviantArt years ago of whatever is left. So I don't have that front and back turnaround of Krail anymore, but it's fine. It's fine. But yeah. Just using Naven's ref sheet for like a general idea of what I'm going for. And here, I'll pull up the second half of this so you can see. Let me find it. Yeah. Here's the second half of their sheet. Because, like, I ran out of room for a full turnaround. And I figured, like, for the second sheet I could have, like, alternate expressions and stuff and height comparison to their friend. Just, like, little bits and bobs. So, yeah. Alright, so what is the size of this? It's, Right. Okay. I will save this as a new canvas really quick. Okay, cool. We'll throw down like a nice blue to start with. As far as our entertainment tonight, I do still plan on finishing the rest of Marble Hornets for you guys, but I am waiting for my boyfriend to get home from work first, so we will just be watching random stuff from the movie night playlist until he gets home. So, I will do that. And I guess we'll just start with this one.
Get the viral L'Oreal Paris Infallible Setting Spray. It's transfer resistant, water resistant, and 36-hour wear. Get it now.
Staying connected matters.
Check in audio balancing really quick.
Let me ask you something. What's the most terrifying thing in the world? Well, if you ask me, I wouldn't have to think too long to figure out the answer. At first, I might respond with the ocean, which is a definite contender, but there's something even more terrifying than that. The depths of the ocean. You know, where everything's super dark and the fish look like big scary monsters. Either that or they're ginormous. But while the thought of the deep sea does absolutely terrify me, I'm also oddly fascinated by it. I guess I'm just drawn to things that frighten me, laughing in the face of survival
Okay, that was weird. The video is, like, stuck.
instincts. So of course, I may or may not be drawn to games that take place underwater. Though often when I play them, something like this happens. Ugh. I think the scare factor has to do with how the darkness gives way to the unknown. You never know what scary beasts are gonna pop out, or where they're gonna pop out from. Couple that with the fact that humans aren't meant to survive underwater, and you've got a real scary scenario. So when I found out I needed to review a SpongeBob game that took place in the deep sea, I didn't feel so well. Ah, that's better. So what was that game again? Ah! Wow, this well is a lot bigger than I expected. I imagine I'll be falling for some time. Now this really reminds me of a certain SpongeBob game. Guess I'll review it before I hit the bottom. Here's The Dark Abyss. Now The Dark Abyss was a notoriously creepy and somewhat difficult SpongeBob game made by Workin' Man on Nick.com. It could basically be seen as Bikini Bottom or Bust, but on opposite day. Instead of going up, you're going down. Way down, as a matter of fact. Down into the deep, dark abyss. Perhaps even the abyssal plane. I wonder if we'll have to find someone's stolen pearls this time. But this game knew it would scare people. So much so that it leaned heavily into the creepy factor. Now, SpongeBob was no stranger to creepy games. It had its share of really spooky ones, such as Zombie Pond, a game where zombies are climbing onto your boat from the ocean. You have to throw stuff down at them to keep them away. And side note, the music was way too awesome in this. But there's yet another aspect that makes the Dark Abyss so interesting. As of today, it supposedly remains unbeaten. That's right, nobody on the internet has taken credit for finishing the game, or provided images for what the ending might look like. Many have tried, but none have succeeded. And don't count on me being the first, we all know how much I suck at games. But as soon as you start this game, the menu screen gives you a little taste of what you're in for. Yeah, I'm royally unsettled. At the start, we can choose one of 4 characters. Each of them have different stats. Sandy has the best agility and okay speed, but not a lot of health. Patrick has a lot of health, but terrible speed and agility. SpongeBob has everything in the mid-range, while Plankton has perfect speed, mid-range agility, and terrible health. Then when we start, we're falling into a place called the Not-So-Dark Abyss. Not sure why the SpongeBob characters are making this plunge, but hey, who am I to question them? You have to avoid the walls and enemies while collecting tokens that keep your light going. If your light goes out, you're left alone in the dark. This catchy music plays the entire time. You also have power-ups that give each character a certain benefit. Sandy has rocket boots that let her fall slower, Patrick becomes invincible, SpongeBob can push enemies away, and Plankton can go through obstacles while being invisible. You can also grab life preservers throughout the stage to activate these power-ups. Though as can be expected, the Not-So-Dark Abyss isn't too bad, but it gets harder as you go. On your way down, you have to avoid jellyfish until you reach a hole that sucks you in. Okay, it happens to be the world's hardest hole to get sucked into. You have to fidget around a bit, but you eventually make it in. This brings you to the next stage, the Getting Darker Abyss. Now the jellyfish are red. It's also a little darker, but it's nothing compared to the pretty dark abyss. Now things are really starting to get creepy.
Ugh,
The spaces
sneezed.
you have to squeeze through get even tighter too. We also have to deal with kelp that might tangle us up. This is where the game starts to get a lot more difficult. You might die here before you even make it to the dark abyss. But look at how ominous the game over screen is. That really is unsettling. Wait, I took damage from hitting the hole? Yeah, if you hit the hole too hard, it hurts you. And sometimes enemies can hit you when they're hiding behind walls. That's real fair. The farther you go, the more you have to just accept the fact you're bound to take a hit. Some obstacles can be unavoidable. But while this game does have some frustrating aspects, there are some oddly friendly ones too. You can only carry 3 power-ups, but if you grab another life preserver after those, it gets added to your light. That's awfully kind. But you're gonna need all the help you can get when these jellyfish start sneaking up on you from out of nowhere. And when you die, you go back to the very beginning in the not-so-dark abyss. That's just fantastic. It's all a challenge to see how far you can get, but if you endure and give it everything you've got, you might eventually reach the dark abyss. Now that truly is dark. An all-encompassing darkness devoid of any semblance of light. Let's see how far I can make it. Well, that didn't last very long. The stage is also incredibly long, and no one knows what the bottom of it looks like. For all we know, there could be a stage called the Even Darker Abyss after this one, and the Darkest Abyss after that. Then the final stage is Dark Lucy's Soul. But while we're here, we might encounter giant evil jellyfish. I see deep sea gigantism as a thing in the SpongeBob universe too. But good luck getting very far down here. You can't really get a feel for the stage's difficulty because you get sent back to the beginning whenever you die. As far as characters go, I consistently have the best luck with Sandy, but the more I play, the worse I get. I always do my best on my first attempt, then every time I try the game afterwards, I end up dying in the first 2 stages. Maybe it's just an unconscious disappointment and lack of enthusiasm for trying to get that far again. I'm sure there's a science behind it. Regardless, we must keep going. Even though victory seems impossible, we must try our best to reach it, no matter what it takes. Let's do this.
I'm a professional makeup artist. With Bluehost AI Builder, I made my website in one afternoon. Payments are easy to collect via PayPal and Stripe, and I can customize my hours so clients can book without needing to call or come in. I have a sleek professional site where I can run my business all in one place. Create your site at bluehost.com.
When I was a kid, I worshiped you. Do you want what I have? What are you willing to sacrifice? You here for a higher purpose.
Okay, yeah, I can't win this. Fairly certain it just goes on forever anyway. Oh well, I'm sure I'm about to hit the ground soon, so I better wrap this up. So anyway, despite the game's difficulty and potential for rage in some instances, it's a lot of fun and I find myself eagerly going back to it every so often. It isn't as rage-inducing as Photocross or similar challenging games, so you won't get too angry while giving this a try. It does take a little bit for the difficulty to truly kick in too. Aside from that, the game nails the creepy atmosphere and really makes you feel the dread of plunging into the depths of the ocean. You really don't know what awaits you at the bottom. For all we know, it could be the Baraki. Either way, the Dark Abyss is really cool and worth trying out for yourselves. See if you can be the first known person to reach the bottom. I bet there'll just be a hole that sends you back to the very beginning. Oh look, there's a hole now. Let's see if I can, ow, hit it too hard. Anyway. Well then, it seems we've made it to the bottom of the well. There's also someone else here, so that's an interesting fact. But I think that's about all we have to say for the Dark Abyss. Fun, hard, scary, and imperfect, yet still fascinating. So while we're down here, I think we should take the opportunity to look at another Workin' Man game, just to pass the time. We still have quite a few we haven't covered, so let's grab one at random. Well, here's Trouble Clef. Now that's an interesting pun. Look at the title screen.
Hi, Lucario.
So Squidward is sending SpongeBob nasty notes, in its own words. So how do you deal with mediocre music? You laugh at it. So for some reason, SpongeBob and Squidward are standing on big interconnected jellyfish. Squidward is sending notes down their appendages, so you have to laugh at the right one to destroy them. As time goes on, they get bigger and take more laughter to take down. Oh, and hi there, Patrick. If a note reaches you, you take damage. But as time goes by, the notes get more overbearing, like this.
Oh my god, stop.
Then when you die, this is the game over screen. Jeez, is he ever going to stop? How long can he freak out for? But the game is fine, just a basic one without any complicated mechanics. Though I can't deny that game over freakout is really strange. That sound is enough to wake up the dead. Oh hey, where'd the skeleton go? Oh, I think we just encountered some lore. Anyway, we do have to get out of here, so let's finish with the...
Just encounter some more. Alright, anyway. So yeah, I will be continuing Marble Hornets when Severin gets home. So I'm just playing random videos from the movie night playlist until then. Working on character refs tonight of my characters, because I've been needing to do this for a while. I'm tracing over this one because I feel like this is the most on model I've drawn this character recently. So I'm using him to get an idea of what I want. Yeah, it's probably fine.
The game that has to do with climbing rather than falling. But let me warn you, no matter how hard you think the Dark Abyss is, you have yet to see the real demon. The nightmares have only just begun. This is Hooked on You. Right away, I see they didn't fancy us being able to read this text. Let's check out the instructions. Oh. Very compelling. Yeah, the text is missing from the modern versions of this, but I'm sure we can figure it out, right? Right? So this is a platform jumper where you need to reach Patrick at the top of the ocean. Unfortunately, everything under the sea is out to kill you. Primarily jellyfish and deadly platforms. games. You can barely walk 2 steps without being hurt. There isn't any music, but sound clips from the show are used every so often. And it's unfortunate the instructions don't work, because you might not know what an item does until it's too late. Look, I didn't know the bubble was gonna reappear, so I tried to jump on the jellyfish. Hey, it took too long. Some spaces are really tight, and certain platforms can be really tedious to jump to. And sometimes certain situations force you to take damage from something. Some of these obstacles can be really difficult to manage. For example, there's this hook section of the first stage. The hooks fly up when you step on them, but there's also a jellyfish flying across the screen. That means you have to time your jump super specifically. Then there's another time jumping section right after it. So if you fall, you have to do it all over again. And these treasure chests that fling you are the worst, because you never know if they're gonna fling you right into a jellyfish or a spiky platform. And this section at the end of the first stage is just unfair. When you reach the top, you find Patrick chilling on the surface. Then you flip a switch that somehow makes him fall down. Then your collectibles are tallied and you move on to the next stage, which is in even murkier waters than the first one. And as you can guess, it's just as brutal as the first. The developers must have been cackling to themselves while they made this. Some of these obstacles are ruthless, but the very first section of the third stage can be a real pain. And yeah, it only gets worse as the stage goes on. While I don't generally mind difficult games, I do wish this one gave you a little more room to breathe. Like I said, you can't walk 2 steps without getting hurt. It's hard to revel in the gameplay when you're constantly taking damage or ramming into something. Though I will admit, it gets a bit easier on your second run through when you understand it a bit more. And unlike the Dark Abyss, this is actually winnable. It's only 3 stages.
This is actually winnable.
Seems like a good trade-off to me. But yeah, it's very short, so they made it as challenging as they could get away with. Again, I wish they simmered down just a little so I could have a bit more breathing room. There's definitely a market for these types of games. People who like to challenge themselves can get a real kick out of this. But anyway, even though I just played a game about going up, I'm still stuck in the bottom of this well. I think it's about time I try to... Whoa! Ugh. Well, I just got fished up back to the surface. Gee, thanks whoever did. Okay, I don't think I should stick around here. This well is definitely cursed. So anyway, be sure to subscribe, follow me on the accounts in the description below, and tune in to our next installment. Thank you for joining me. I will see you in the next memory.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX. Install any official LOL
SpongeBob.
What can we really say about SpongeBob? It's a cartoon series from Nickelodeon. It's won countless awards, made a few movies, and got nicked from the roof of a Burger King at one time. It's brilliant. I'm not quite sure what it was about SpongeBob, but I absolutely loved the show. Something about the endearing characters, low stakes, incredibly charming visuals and setting, not that part, made it an extraordinarily comforting experience to watch. Unfortunately for young me, I was never too often exposed to a continuous stream of new SpongeBob content directed straight into my veins, a concept that I very much desired. No, instead, living in the UK meant that all I had to watch on telly were programs that were, a majority of the time, made locally. Channels like CBBC, CITV were legitimately like church for me. I would get up at 7 a.m, wake my parents up to ask if I could put the telly on and enjoy some quality children's content.
Yeah, I know he's a potato. I know jokers don't laugh at us.
As great as they were, international programming was heavily lacking. Other than the odd hits like The Next Step, it was content that belonged to the Queen, which meant no SpongeBob. For the most part, I got my SpongeBob fix from a channel called Viva, which is essentially a mix of MTV and an infomercials channel. They would only show kids stuff for about an hour on a Saturday morning, but I was there without fail. They even aired other kids' shows every now and again, but we all know what I was really there for. Eventually, I stopped watching Viva because I caught a glimpse of one of the music videos they showed and it had sex. That's right, sex. I got scared and never tuned in again. It actually managed to stay on the air all the way until January of 2018, but eventually ceased broadcasting. Thank the Lord. Obviously, as I've gotten older, and as the series has, according to people online, declined in quality, I don't indulge in SpongeBob quite as much. But don't get me wrong, I'm highly fond of the memories I have of driving to the nursery, watching the same 2 or 3 episodes on my mum's iPod Classic. Not only that, but I am embarrassingly intrigued by SpongeBob video essays and deep dives into the more mysterious and spooky parts of the show. What's funny is that despite how much of the internet has picked this series and all of its associated media apart, I haven't seen a whole lot of discourse surrounding my favourite entries into the franchise. Those being the PC games, Employee of the Month, and the movie tie-in game. I mean, there's also lights, camera, pans, but I didn't play that one as a kid. So. Developed by WE Games and published by THQ, these titles are point-and-click adventure games set in the SpongeBob universe, with the movie game following the plot of the film, albeit very loosely. What's significant about my copy specifically is that they're all under the umbrella of PC Fun Club, which I later found out was a line of games sold by Focus Multimedia.
I'd love to stream the point-and-click SpongeBob games one day, but
impulse price.
I would not know where to go to play them.
For the moment, this video is mainly going to be about Employee of the Month, released in 2002 with a potential follow-up video on the movie game, if I can be bothered. So the game starts up with a clever little transition from the brand logo into the set, revealing that the characters are intentionally posing for the camera. Bold move for the opening of your game. The implications for this are cataclysmic. Are all the characters self-aware? Are any of the locations we see real, or are they just a set? Is the music we hear diegetic or non-diegetic? I need answers, Sponge! Well, at least we know what the Wikipedia page should say. The story starts when Mr. Krabs receives 2 free tickets to Neptune's Paradise, a theme park owned by King Neptune. He decides to give them to SpongeBob for being Employee of the
Year.
Am I being taken for a fool? We invite Patrick along with us and tell him to meet us after work. One thing that is immediately apparent is that the cutscenes for this game look a little foul. They move fine for the most part, but the models and the animations for the face are just fucking terrifying. Their dead eyes and stiff
I like the
smiles and lack of
models, they're
polish really
funny.
makes them so abysmal to look at. My only thoughts are that
They're
they did
so
their best to replicate the
goofy.
style of early SpongeBob, with characters squashing and stretching in a more reserved and realistic way, unlike the movement of modern SpongeBob, but it just looks so off. The problems don't just end with characters. For some reason, the models that are supposed to have flat sides to them just don't. There's always something slightly wrong with them. But the biggest offender has got to be whenever text is on screen. This game commits the cardinal sin of unironically using Comic Sans for its text. They use it multiple times as well, choosing to place it with terrible spacing and these awful blank spaces. It's almost as if they made it in Microsoft Word, screenshot it and stuck it in the game's engine. But hey, at least they've got fully animated and voiced cutscenes, unlike the movie game that would come 2 years later. With all that said and done, let's head right into Chapter 1, Employee of the Year. You know this game was fully ahead of its time when it has a transition from cutscene directly into gameplay. The Last of Us Part 2, eat your heart out. So to get this game working in the first place, I had to jump over a few hurdles. Now when I was a kid, I owned these games physically on discs, and I still do. Unfortunately, my new PC, built in the year of our Lord 2023, is missing a hard disk drive, meaning I had to somehow get the game digitally. Not to fear, dodgy websites are here. But no, it could never be that simple. See, running this game on Windows 11 results in horrific missing textures, meaning one ISO file and a Windows XP virtual machine later, and we're ready to go. Yeah, it looks a little worse, but now we're playing SpongeBob the way God intended. The gameplay, naturally, is very simple. You control a 3D model of SpongeBob wandering around a 2D background. Click where you want to walk to, and double-click to run. With all the difficulty of crafting intricate gameplay removed, the devs could really focus their efforts into making these backgrounds look as lovely as possible. I'm not an art guy, but there's a lot of nice detail, and they match the style of the show to a T. Not only are they gorgeous, but in each individual screen there are lots of little hidden details that light up, play a sound, or move when you click on them. SpongeBob might even make a little comment on them as you find them.
The Krusty Krab. That sign stands for everything good and pure about Bikini Bottom.
These little moments are one of the most endearing parts of the game. While reminiscent of moments in the show, it more so reminds me of old cartoons from the early 20th century, a style in which objects could become animated or alive just for the sake of it. They're not integral to the story, they don't even net you any rewards, they're just cute little moments that make the game a little bit more memorable.
That fella must really like the taste of dirty glass.
Oh. So here we are, our first location, the Krusty Krab.
Jesus.
The setting was a little tutorial for the entire game's mechanics. Everything the game has in store for you is present in this little section. And unlike a lot of games with incessant pop-up blocks of text or annoying disembodied voices, this game never wants to hold your hand. Something very, very rare for a kids game. The game never ends up talking down to its audience, and it's something that I appreciate a lot. We're immediately presented with an NPC with whom we speak to. We ask for directions to Neptune's Paradise. He doesn't know where it is. Fake fan. And he says he'll tell us after being served. One serving coming right up. We find a dirty plate.
Oh my God.
Find some salad in the salad bar and a burger in the kitchen. What? What does this imply? This is where the game's primary mechanics come into play.
Oh.
We open our inventory,
I
mix
see.
an item with the environment, in this case the plate and the sink, to clean it, and then after we mix the burger with the salad with the plate to form a complete Krabby Patty. This is essentially the meat and potatoes of the game. It's kind of like Jamie Griesemer and his idea of a repeated 30 seconds of fun. Where Halo 2 has a chess-like level of strategy in its shooting, SpongeBob has solving the trivial problems of strangers. You talk to an NPC, they give you a problem to solve, you find items while you explore, fuse them together or with the environment to progress. A concept that the Resident Evil franchise has been shamelessly ripping off since 1996. Despite being part of the tutorial, the anchovy that you speak to has a lot of character and helps set the tone for the rest of the game.
There's a bus stop downtown where you can catch a bus to Neptune's Paradise every day. Now leave me alone. I'm eating.
Every NPC is kind of a piece of shit to SpongeBob, and I would have it no other way. Like I said before, I haven't indulged in the show too much throughout my life, but one part that I always disliked was the idea of SpongeBob as kind of a celebrity. I don't really like it when all the residents of Bikini Bottom put their life on hold to interact with him. The town's population are at their best when utterly apathetic to SpongeBob's boundless optimism, a concept that this game nails. I never really picked up on the misery of Bikini Bottom when I was a kid, but now it just makes me laugh. All this man cares about is his food. He isn't entertaining SpongeBob's antics for fun, he hates them. Of course, there are other types of characters, but for the most part, it's utter bullshit. And I think this approach to writing NPCs does this game a huge favour. It really makes the world feel bigger. If every conversation started with a, "Hey SpongeBob," you would never really feel as if you were going anywhere. Even the mainstays of written word. Mr. Krabs is fueled by his greedy tunnel vision, Plankton, who only shows up for a bit, gets some good gags, and Squidward, of course, is just as self-centered as ever.
Bob, I think you finally lost it.
The game also doesn't forget to include little details to maintain continuity. For example, you hear Mr. Krabs counting money in his office with him telling you to go away and that I have to go. We later find out where he's going with an in-game cutscene and eventually see him ourselves later in the chapter. If you choose to go back to the Krusty Krab after this moment, SpongeBob will comment on how he shouldn't be snooping on Mr. Krabs' stuff while he isn't there. Don't get me wrong, it's not Red Dead 2 levels of micro-detailing, but it's charming to see nonetheless. So after serving the anchovy like a good little minimum wage worker, he says that there's a bus that goes past Neptune's Paradise every day. A telescope icon appears on the screen letting us know that we've unlocked a new area. Clicking on that same icon on the top reveals a map system that allows the player to traverse around the map with every chapter having a different map. It's got some nice art that shows off how the world kinda looks on the macro scale and even has little details like SpongeBob looking scared in the scary chapter. They've also got some banging tunes.
Castle Grotesque. They say there's
Downtown Bikini Bottom starts out with a wide shot that has you move down to Patrick. Despite having literally no content to it, I like how this extra shot was left in. Its existence only serves to help establish the world, and the framing of it makes SpongeBob simply look like a part of it. Rather than having the world being designed around him, he's navigating himself through it. Once we start speaking to Patrick, who is dripped out in his shirt and cap.
Hey Patrick, I like your hat.
Yeah, it's the newest style. I'm keeping it real.
Oh my
I don't know why he's
god.
wearing a shirt when he's so often seen around. I guess some people just aren't ready for his raw sexual energy. You know what? It's even more offensive that they tease Patrick showing off in a bikini contest, and yet refuse to display in any capacity.
Well, I was the only male contestant, but the judges said I had the most unique figure.
You can talk the talk, I guess you just can't walk the walk. We ask how we're going to get the bus, to which he suggests finding some buried treasure over in Goo Lagoon. Oh my god, potholes. I feel right at home.
oops, oops, oops.
Over at Goo Lagoon, we start out in a car park with a cute little game of football here for some reason. While I've spoken about the smaller interactive details that are for the most part pretty difficult to find considering how seamlessly they blend into the background, this moment in particular stands apart from the rest. This little football mini-game, if you can call it that, has its own unique animations, actual physics, and its own predetermined sound cue and end animation.
Yippee!
This seems innocuous at first until you realise that there's nothing really else like it in the entire game. These more overt, in-your-face distractions are cute and breathe a little bit more life into the world, but ultimately I'm glad they're not sprinkled in too much as I feel they would ruin the pacing. Heading into Goo Lagoon Beach, we meet Madame Mackerel. Okay guys, if you want to talk to women, here's how you open it up.
Hi, lady!
Brilliant. Now follow it up with one of these.
Wow, pretty lady.
She lets us know how scared she is of going off into the sun without sunshine.
SpongeBob,
and tells us a bit more about
please.
the rumoured buried treasure that Patrick was talking about over on the bus stop. And maybe, just maybe, with some of that buried treasure, she can afford to get some better recording equipment.
I'm from the English Channel. It's a beautiful place. You'd like it, I'm quite sure.
Did they just get one of the programmers to do this or something?
Ta-ta!
Moving down the beach, we meet a stingray who has willingly chosen not to use sunscreen in the hope of getting
nice and flaky.
Man, who knew stingrays had such brutal beauty standards? In fact, he's so keen on getting his tan that he'll trade us his sunscreen for cooking oil.
Dude, keep your pale hands to yourself. Sticky fingers.
Fighting!
Tell you what, this beach has some strange characters.
Hi!
I swear, I'm innocent. I didn't do anything. You can't prove that.
For a game that came out in 2002 and uses primarily fish for its cast, they really nailed what a Reddit mod looks like. Over on the other side of the beach, we meet my man, my boy, Larry the Lobster, who tells us all about his fancy workout routine.
First of all, you have to wake up each morning at 3 a.m. and go for a 10-mile run.
Okay.
Then you have to do 5
Larry, sorry to interrupt you, my friend. Bro, can you stop moaning over there? My God. So we asked Larry if we can use his bucket and spade to dig up this elusive buried treasure, and he's far too sentimental to hand them over. My brother in Christ, you are 25. We try and bait him into thinking there's mermaids nearby, and given that Larry is a beta simp cuck, he eagerly looks around but sees through our plan. In an attempt to trade for the bucket and spade, we give him an offer he can't refuse: Grandma's homemade urchin chip pie. As we head to Grandma's house, a cutscene plays in-engine showing Mr. Krabs heading to the bargain mart, Bikini Bottom's local supermarket. I like how these short cutscenes give us a cute little insight into the lives of the world's residents. It makes the area feel real and lived in, rather than occupied by NPCs simply waiting for your arrival. Not only that, but they also serve to help slow down the pace of a game that's already pretty damn pacey. I especially love the voiceover that narrates the scene.
He is such a god. He makes me laugh so. Ha ha.
For a kid's game, you might expect something over the top or exaggerated, but no, he's very well reserved and, much like the other characters, very apathetic. So we break into Grandma's house without asking and see her working away in the kitchen. Wow, this home is gorgeous. It's got a cute fireplace, baby pictures of SpongeBob, and the sounds of Grandma's slowly shattering spine. We begin to speak to her and, in her old age, mistakes us for Patrick.
Oh, Patrick, is that you? What a pleasant surprise.
Damn.
She says a pie is conveniently almost ready, but is missing
That's
all
rough.
urchin chips needed to complete it. So then what the hell is this? You're saying this is solid pastry, is it? Do you need to sit down, Grandma? Now that we've progressed enough in the story, we've managed to unlock all the locations that are part of the chapter. The map screen changing from mainly black and white to bursting with colour. Over at the bargain mart, we see a car parked absolutely covered in filth.
That's a boat and a car. It's a boat car.
I said his comments were endearing, not insightful. Coming out of the store is a fellow with very baggy clothes, to which he says he bought them off of Mr. Krabs, meaning BAM! Crustacean cock. I find it funny how the game censored him with this little bit in the foreground, but then that same year showed him off naked from a very gratuitous angle in the show.
Sits, you're fired. Mighty Patch pimple patches reveal clear-looking skin overnight. Pimple, meet your Mighty Patch.
Well, at least now we know which company is the biggest box. So the new Krabs tell us he's selling some old junk, and surprisingly gives us some cooking oil for free. Which, if you think about it, is probably the most out-of-character thing he's ever done in any SpongeBob media. Back in the front of the store, the cashier says he'll give us some urchin chips for free if we wash his car. We head outside and use SpongeBob for his God-given purpose. I'm not sure if this moment falls into the same category as the football bit from earlier, but it's nice to see the devs kept creativity in mind when considering how SpongeBob will actually solve a problem. With his car actually looking worse now than it did before, we head back in and let him know, to which he grants us permission to take some urchin chips. So from here until the end of the chapter, we're essentially dotting the I's and crossing the T's. With all of the locations discovered and all of the townsfolk spoken to, all we need to do now is put our plans into motion. We return to Grandma's to finish the pie, give said pie to Larry, which makes him feel so miserable he feels the need to go for a run right there and then to burn off the calories, likely leading him into a cycle of unhealthy dieting habits, and grab the bucket. Could this be a commentary on toxic body and beauty culture, with the people who fall out of line becoming victims of their own self-hatred? No. With bucket in hand, we head on over to the furthest west point of the beach, and my god, this music is sinister.
Whoa, what?
Am I looking for bus tokens or getting ready to fight Chaos Squid Queelar? Heading back to the main beach, we return to the stingray and trade in the cooking oil for his sunscreen.
Wow! Fish that cook themselves! What'll they think I'm next?
You? cook fish and feed them to who? With our bus tokens ready, we head on back to the bus stop and see the bus driver ready and waiting.
Shit.
This dude is an absolute sociopath. One moment he's anxiety incarnate, and the next he's an assertive bully. I love him. Again, I love to see characters that actually have some character to them, regardless of how much time they have on screen. Instead of most games where NPCs just exude this sickly sweetness and willingness to heed to every beck and call. He says he's too nervous to drive without him. Why does he need an umbrella to help him drive a bus? I don't know, whatever makes him comfortable. At that point, I noticed we still had one item left, so return to Madame Maxwell and trade the sunscreen for her umbrella parasol thing. And with that, it's chapter 1 done. I think overall, chapter 1 is a pretty solid start to this title. The world and characters are full of its own unique charm. It does a good job of making the puzzle solving accessible to kids, and actually does a lot with the premise considering your ultimate goal is literally to get the bus. My only issue with it is actually an issue that stretches across all 4 chapters, that being that it's just so short. At about 30 minutes per chapter, with only 4 in total, you never really settled into each environment. I mean, I can't exactly blame the devs considering the team behind this game was so minuscule, but still an extra chapter or 2 would have been perfect. For me it's slightly different because I played this game so relentlessly as a kid, so to me each chapter feels like home, but at the same time I acknowledge that won't be the experience for most. When each chapter ends, it ends with the same diabolical animation style as before, with this one containing probably the most terrifying renders out of the whole game. On our way to Neptune's Paradise, the bad weather kicks up even worse than the driver was expecting, and we get thrown off course, eventually missing Neptune's Paradise and crashing down into Chapter 2. Viewers, may I welcome you to Rock Bottom. Much like in the show, Rock Bottom is a dark, unpredictable, lifeless wasteland of confusion and violence. Oh, sorry, that was the wiki page for Slough. Chapter 2 acts as the story's tragic peripeteia.
Confusion and violence.
Rock Bottom acts as a reflection of this tragedy, as well as the anxiety that SpongeBob feels after realizing the potential of missing out on the merriment that his objective so kindly and lovingly provides. He is now placed in an unfamiliar environment in which survival is now the main objective. Seriously though, Chapter 2 is my favourite by far. You thought this game was just going to be wholesome little sponge guy running around Bikini Bottom doing chores? Nope, this time he's on a mission. And what a set piece to do it in. This place felt so atmospheric and spooky when I was younger, and it still does now. So many of these gorgeous backgrounds utilize low angles or wide shots to make it look much more intimidating and unwelcoming. The use of deep blues and blacks and greens and greys make it almost look alien and very much uninhabitable. The motif of having stuff sink from the surface continues here as well. Rather than stuff like car exhausts or a crab trap, it's heavier stuff that would likely be found in deeper waters, like a TV or a literal ship anchor. Not only that, but the intense rain and complete absence of music makes it super unsettling, and a total departure from the relatively harmless.
I don't know how I feel about this front angle.
Isolation that this chapter instills in you. So when we crash down, Patrick manages to delude himself into thinking that this is Neptune's Paradise and runs off out of excitement. The bus driver admits defeat and decides to just chill in the bus station.
Hi, Marty.
Do I have to say it?
Do you have to say what?
I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so.
Something about this place, man, I'm not sure. It's probably the juxtaposition in the lighting, but this place really feels like some sort of Resident Evil secret bunker. It's super creepy looking. Actually, it looks more like a dentist office. I don't know, whatever you're more scared of.
A dentist office.
We head over to the bus station receptionist. Hey, I remember these guys from the episode.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes. Can I help you, sir?
They're missing their accent.
I can't understand your accent.
This means war.
This means war!
Environment. She refuses to say unless we get her a kelp bar. In our frustration, we yell out loud.
Anybody else want anything? Please tell me now so I can get it all at once.
Who are you talking to, weirdo?
Seriously, have you ever seen a kid's game this mean-spirited? After leaving the bus stop, we head down the road to the restroom with SpongeBob SquarePants Employee of the Month bravely pointing out that there is in fact just one gender. Very basic, very basic. When we enter, SpongeBob dies. And a fresh copy comes out of the sewer with a newly found coin. We come back up the road and use said coin in a vending machine to grab a kelp bar.
What?
Why is the vending machine out on the road and not in the bus station where it should reasonably be?
Because ads, that's why. Let's see.
Monday.com's intuitive
Squish him in a little bit.
Platform, you have the power.
Not IT, not admins. You're
Maybe.
in charge. So you can tailor work exactly how you love to do it. For example, you can add custom fields.
Trust the
And choose
process.
how you like to view your work without needing help from IT. That's why over 225,000 customers love to
I don't
use
know about
Monday.com,
you guys who
because you
draw,
have the freedom to
but the
build it
proportions
exactly how you
never look
picture
like, they never look
first work platforms
correct
you'll love to
when you
use.
draw them from the front.
Monday.com.
I mean, good thing I'm not gonna draw him from this angle that
goals are
much.
beyond your comprehension. On our way there, we see a
I
familiar
guess.
figure. It's the same guy from the Krusty Krab. We greet him, but he insists that we've never met him before. How strange. He says he's waiting out in the rain for a bus, kicking a can around to alleviate boredom. Why is he standing out in the rain and not in the bus station where he should reasonably be? His goals are beyond your comprehension. And my, if you thought the guy from Chapter 1 didn't like us, my god, this guy hates us.
You can talk to me.
Look, no offense, little guy, but I'd rather watch paint dry.
It's from him where we get the first part of this chapter's story, Rumours of Marlin the Wizard. Now, even as a kid, I honestly thought the idea of a wizard just randomly popping up was a bit far-fetched, for some reason. But now that I'm older and don't skip through dialogue in a dialogue-focused game, I'm glad they actually set it up subtly rather than having it come out of the blue like I thought for so many years. We bring the kelp bar back to the receptionist, and as a reward, she mentions that there's a weather station nearby that her sister works at. SpongeBob sees this as a good opportunity to ask when this bad weather is going to clear up, so naturally we walk in and... Alright, hear me out.
Yeah, great line, Romeo. You sure know how to woo a girl.
This gorgeous creature says that the tours for the day have ended and we cannot explore more unless we wait until tomorrow, or can pass for an electrician. We can't do anything for the moment, so we head back out. Luckily for us, we can head around the back of the building, and before it's revealed to us, another in-game cutscene plays, showing what Patrick has been doing in the meantime. He's seen with Mermaid Man, enduring the challenge of a cola drinking contest. Oh wow, if you look closely, you can see them doing a line of sherbet lemon. How whimsically innocent and family friendly. Back to SpongeBob, we come across a mechanic working hard in the pouring rain. Turns out he's actually working on nothing. He was sent outside to fix an antenna that's functioning perfectly fine. Regardless, this absolute chin cell won't give us his toolbox unless we get him at Kelpsy,
Chin
meaning
cell?
that we can get one at the Rusty Anchor. It's evident that some time has passed as Mermaid Man, along with Barnacle Boy, are in the car park. While he's fine, it turns out that Mermaid Man has got
Such bad gas, he can't even stand up.
I don't know if being able to stand should be your main concern. My guy is on the verge of cardiac arrest. Barnacle Boy says we need to get someone stronger to help lift him off the ground, to which we, of course, take
Damn,
on
boy.
this burden.
I'll be
Bro?
holding my breath.
I tried to say boy and bro at the same time. Fuck.
Actually, I think you'll find in the season 8 episode,
Mermaid Man, are you good?
we find out that Barnacle Boy can indeed breathe underwater because Mermaid Man forced fed him some barnacles or some shit. Learn your fucking canon, Barnacle Boy. Damn, the rusty anchor is kind of cool. The gentle rain on the roof, the clutter of walls and the little tables makes it look so comfy. Cottagecore? Nuh-uh. I think it's time for rock bottom core. We talk to Big
Rock
Mac,
bottom
Little Mac's
core.
sworn enemy, who welcomes us to the bar. I think Big Mac was supposed
I might
to
actually
sound like
be
Mike
able to
Tyson, or at least that's what
do
they
a
were going
full
for.
turnaround for him.
It's amazing how some old cast in that
He's small enough.
together. It's a good thing.
But I doubt there's a big crossover between SpongeBob fans and boxing fans, so I'm not quite sure why they bothered.
Nice place you have here. It's real, rustic.
Yes, I seem to have a real knack for feng shui.
Well, I can't eat raw fish. It gives me a stomachache. Thanks anyway.
Tee-hee-hee funny. We ask him to move Mermaid Man back into their boat, and he agrees that a strange old man moping in his car park might not be good for business. Now that he's been established as a man who cares deeply about his reputation, he decides to put a stranger in charge of his bar while he goes outside. While he's away, we try and take some of his kelpsy, but Patrick and Mermaid Man, the bastards, took it all, so we'll have to settle for Diet or Cola. Big Mac returns, and Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy are nowhere to be seen, leaving the only likely conclusion that he put them out of their misery. The next part of this game was the first and only time I actually managed to struggle in terms of how I was meant to proceed. I went back to the mechanic, handed him a drink, but he saw past my ruse and shouted at me, the bastard. So here I was, running around the locations I had unlocked, struggling to think of how to progress. I spoke to every NPC, clicked all around the screen at every screen, but no dice. I even tried using the dreaded hint button over the top of the screen, something I'd never even used as a kid. Truly, I was the one to have reached rock bottom. Frankly, I don't know what kind of help this hint button would provide to anyone of any age.
Look at SpongeBob standing there, waiting for you to guide him. So guide with all your...
Thank you? I mean, who knows? Maybe they're doing it on purpose, trying to be unique and cryptic. Maybe SpongeBob walked, so Dark Souls could run. I was running around for what felt like ages until I eventually realized that you're supposed to just take the anchovies Kelpsy can, even though he told you not to, and I am an upstanding citizen. Although I must admit, his comeback makes up for the time I wasted.
Sorry I took your can.
No problem. I hate you.
By mixing the empty can and the mug we got at the Rusty Anchor, we managed to trick
No
him
problem,
into believing
I hate
the
you.
code of the God is Kelpsy because it's a
Jeez,
children's pizza
bro.
game based on a children's property that came out in 2002, and he lets us help ourselves to his toolbox. Now being able to pass as a mechanic, we head inside the weather station once more.
Right. With this toolbox, I might be able to pass as JoJo.
Firstly, we head into the room on the ground floor and find out that it's a recording studio with Plankton on set trying to film someone. He lies and tells us he's doing a PSA on college education, when in reality...
I'm innocent! I would never dream of doing the things those bottom-feeding reporters accuse me of. Those pictures were clearly fake.
Break free with the new
Those
Opera
pictures
GX,
were clearly
the browser
faked.
that puts you in control with a brand
What
new design that
the hell?
Hey, you already did that joke earlier.
I swear, I'm innocent.
Or maybe it's not lazy writing, maybe Bikini Bottom desperately needs a visit from Chris Hansen. As a reward for exploring, we get a behind-the-scenes tape showing us the process of how they made parts of the game, and it's pretty cool to watch. I don't know anything about animation or art design, but it seems they put as much effort into this as into the actual show. There are a few of these dotted around the game with one per chapter, although I only managed to find 2 while playing casually. Exiting the studio, we try and make our way into the control room and are told by Milady that Marlin the Wizard, the same one the anchovy was talking about, has locked the door with a spell. With no option left, we go upstairs to the main newsroom and meet Gary Golfer.
And his legs look weird from the back.
Oh my god, I aspire to be as narcissistic and delusional
I
as
don't know
Gary
how I
Golfer.
feel about that.
Aren't you Gary Gulper, the weatherman?
Why, yes I am. Aren't you lucky?
He tells us that he sent JoJo out to fix the antenna because his weather machine is never wrong, yet is reporting an area of rock bottom that is experiencing eerily perfect weather, as opposed to the torrential rain the rest is enduring. We use his Mega Screen 2000 to isolate where this perfect spot is coming from, revealing Marlin's hideout. On my way out, I decide to visit JoJo one last time, thinking maybe I had to give him back his tools. I make my way around the back of the weather station and greet him, only for him to say,
That sure was a refreshing Kelpsy.
I don't know why, but in that moment, I didn't want to leave. JoJo, he was such a simple man, just trying to get by, and I called him a chin cell. I knew at this point, this was the last time that I would see him. He'd likely live here for the rest of his life, while I exist closer to the surface. Forgetting about rock bottom, thinking of it as no better than a stain on the bottom of the ocean's shoe. Whatever. The final location of Chapter 2 is Marlin's little hideaway, starting in this goofy-looking giant wizard hat. When we enter, we see a slot machine waiting for our arrival, and, well, I can't resist an opportunity to gamble, so... After a short maze, using the slot machine's result as a guide, we manage to find Marlin's hideout with Patrick sleeping in his hammock. We talk to him and find out that Marlin is as petty as Gary is arrogant. It turns out that the reason the weather has been so miserable, and the reason that we are in rock bottom in the first place, is because Marlin couldn't emotionally handle the fact that the weather station and the machine are controlling the climate in the local area.
Don't let him fool you. He's the character behind that insidious weather-controlling thingamajig.
Now, instead of being normal and minding his own business, choosing to just alter the weather in his little hideaway, he instead decides to endanger people's lives by cursing the land with unprecedented bad weather that borders on apocalyptic.
No, controlling the weather is my job.
Like, my man, get a grip. He hands us a wand and tells us to open the door he locked and sabotage the weather machine, which... I mean, I don't want to do it. My hero's in that building. So is my girlfriend. Fine. After heading back to the weather station and unlocking that mystery door, we find the machine and the final cutscene of the chapter plays, showing SpongeBob and Patrick meeting up and
Oh my god, that's a terrifying Patrick gif. My god.
I understand that the point was that they broke the machine and stopped it from working, but from what it looks like, they were just pressing random buttons. The world could just have easily gone up in flames or blown away or blown up.
Pressing random buttons.
Chapter 2 is super solid. It's a huge departure from Chapter 1, choosing less so to play it safe and going for a more creative, unpredictable direction. While the characters you meet are certainly the most fun and memorable out of all of them,
I can probably scoot him up
due to its atmosphere, from the photography
a
of
little
each scene,
more.
to the decision to not use music in its entirety. Chapter 2
wait.
is just more impressive. The cutscene hard cuts back to our cast back on the bus in Bikini Bottom. SpongeBob and Patrick's antics upset the driver to the point where he's had enough and drops us off back home. You know what? I take it back what I said about the bus driver. We have been nothing but kind and helpful to him, and yet he still decides to lie to us, claiming to be out of gas and sending off to find some, leaving us back to square one. Did you like that transition? Much like last time, the moment we are left to our own devices, Patrick runs off, this time to get food. The first location in Chapter 3 is a diner, in which we see Patrick sitting down eating. You know what? I take back what I said about every character being written faithfully to the show. Patrick's a dick. In the first chapter, he at least shows some enthusiasm, and maintains that naive optimism and childlike wonder that he's actually known for. For the rest of the game, he just buggers off and leaves you on your own, whether that's to satisfy his curiosity or satiate his stomach. I understand that having an NPC Patrick follow you around might be annoying, but come on, Patrick would never leave SpongeBob to figure out stuff on his own.
But come
Or he
on!
would encourage SpongeBob to never give up.
Never back down!
He immediately zones out and just starts thinking about his food again, like SpongeBob was never there. He then tells us that Sandy is in the middle of prepping a rocket for science or some shit, and that we could hitch a ride.
Science or some shit.
While we converse with Patrick, one of the staff comes out front, to which we say hi.
Yep, I've been here coming up on 25 years. Best grilled cheese in town.
You must be old.
You're a charmer, aren't you?
Never change, man. Never change. She tells us that she has an order for Sandy, to which we, of course, accept the responsibility of delivering it to her. One part of the diner that separates it from the rest of the chapter, the rest of the game even, is the inclusion of a darts board minigame. While having a dedicated score variable, as well as a high score variable, I use the term minigame loosely, seeing as how there doesn't seem to be much strategy to obtaining a high score. You click the middle and the dart lands in the approximate area with RNG deciding where it ends up. My only thought process as to why this was included was that the game was originally meant to have multiple minigames scattered around each chapter, but at the end they ended up scrapping them and just kept this one in. Maybe the boat cleaning part in Chapter 1 is the remnant of those neglected ideas. It makes sense, as the battle for Bikini Bottom PC port is entirely made of minigames, as opposed to its platformer collectathon console brethren. The next location is Jellyfish Field, a calm, relaxing environment in which the threat of deadly neurotoxins is ever present. This is another example of the game doing something completely unique for 1 microsecond of gameplay, and then never ever utilising it ever again. The jellyfish are their own unique model, with their own unique animations and AI. It can even sting SpongeBob, causing him in turn to show off his own unique animation. I don't know, to me it just shows that the devs really cared about making the game that bit much more immersive and memorable, even just for a moment. We find Sandy out catching jellyfish and hand her food. As a reward, she agrees to let us hitch a lift on her rocket. It turns out that she herself has some tickets to Neptune's Paradise as well. Sandy reminds us that SpongeBob will need his water helmet in order to enter her tree dome. Don't fucking mammal-splain to me, Sandy. We travel over to
Mammal-splain.
an absolute staple of the SpongeBob franchise, and while Patrick's house isn't available, SpongeBob's and Squidward's are. Unfortunately, they're not as fancy, expansive, or impressive as you might want them to be. They're more so just a couple rooms with minimal detail. That's honestly one of my biggest complaints with Chapter 3 specifically. Unlike other chapters in which the places you visit actually feel real and habitable, the locales in Chapter 3 just seem to serve the story and then leave for good. Why can't I travel around SpongeBob's house? Why does the one room we visit use this horrible bird's eye view that makes it feel so claustrophobic? Where's Gary? We take a look around the one room we're allowed in and find our water helmet, currently home to a sea snake, making it unobtainable. We check Squidward's house and find an advert for a trinket shop called Sardine Sundries playing on the TV. The guy mentions that he has dream glasses for sale for free, goggles that let you see into your friend's dream. Sounds silly, but who am I to argue with a man who has stainless steel Tic Tacs for eyes?
Skilly Bob!
We go upstairs and Squidward immediately is fast asleep. We head on over to Sardine Sundries, a quaint, bizarre little shop made from an old, discarded sardine tin, which if you think about it, is pretty fucked up. Like imagine if a new shop opened near you and it's made out of a renovated family too. Before we speak to the shop owner, we catch yet another sighting of the elusive anchovy. We confront him again, and much like last time, he insists we've never met.
People say I resemble a famous movie star. Perhaps that is what's confusing you.
Wow. Who knew SpongeBob SquarePants Employee of the Month had such powerful education and awareness about gaslighting and manipulation? Eventually, we talk to the shop owner. He goes on some weird rant about the gay agenda or something, and we grab his dream glasses.
What?
We equip the glasses and enter into his Whoa. Now this is more like it. When I think of Chapter 3, I think of this moment. When I think of this game, I think of this moment. It's a massive improvement in terms of creative set pieces and memorability. I'm not sure why, but I feel like this short section is the reason that Chapter 3 isn't like great. Not that the section itself is miserable, it's actually the only part that's kind of interesting, but because I get the feeling that the devs thought of it first before any other part of the chapter, meaning they just kind of built a chapter around it and lazily made excuses to get to this specific point. Like you couldn't have thought of a more creative way to find out about Sardine Sundries other than literally just putting it on the telly? Well, at least we still have this part. Starting with this nightmarish creature. I was very happy dying without seeing a squid pants, but oh well, I guess the devs had more sinister ideas. We make our way down the valley and past these creepy SpongeBob statues. Now, I'm no psychologist, nor am I smart enough to derive meaning in the imagery presented, but what I will say is, I'm living in this bitch's head rent-free. Maybe he was the one who was gay all along. Eventually, we climb some stairs and make our way into a concert hall. Wait. Playing a concert? The people there, they don't like it. I've seen this before. Run, Squidward, run! No, instead we get his clarinet from him and wake up in the real world, real clarinet in hand. With said clarinet, we head back to SpongeBob's house and charm the sea snake out of our helmet.
I grew up always on the bigger side as a kid. I was always slightly thicker, big boned. That really continued into
Slightly
adulthood.
thicker, she says, as I'm trying to figure out how to draw his legs from the side.
We grab it and head back to Sandy's Streeto, the last location of Chapter 3. When we arrive, we see that Sandy's rocket is ready to go, with the only issue being that she's lost her oxygen tanks. She claims to have lost them, but when I look behind the benches, oh look, they're right there. Were you looking blindfold? Why is she looking at me like that? You wanna scrap or something? Go, ah! Lads, I can't lie. Chapter 3 is kind of stinky. It had to be one of them. It's the only chapter out before that reuses a location, and while Bikini Bottom is different from Chapter 1, none of the set pieces we travel around are particularly memorable, aside from the dream sequence of course. As well as being the shortest out of them all, in the previous chapters, there would be characters who wouldn't talk to you or set pieces that you couldn't fully use until later in the story. Like in Chapter 2, you're presented with the doors in the weather station and are required to consistently return to that same location to progress. In this one, you go there once and leave. You have zero incentive to come back, whether that's for story reasons or otherwise, although the map music goes kind of hard. So we hand back the oxygen tank, and with that, the chapter ends. Another ghastly cutscene plays, showing the rocket failing to start up after Patrick stands on the cable and breaks it off from the rest of the rocket, making all that effort amount to nothing. That's it. That's the straw that breaks the camel's back. I don't like Patrick. What was once a really solid friend that, yeah, was kind of goofy, but always meant well, has now turned into an utterly unlikable idiot whose behaviour borders on sociopathic. It's only until our characters are in the rocket and on their way do they notice its lack of fuel, causing them to fall out of the sky and crash to their fiery deaths. The credits begin to roll to the simple sounds of ocean waters around the fine. We recoup and recover and find ourselves in the fourth and final chapter, Bottoms Up. Bottoms Up is another town nearby, a city that's considerably more upper class than Bikini Bottom, hence the name. Everything, even the grass and the rocks, are fancier than at home. Naturally, the game makes another excuse to get rid of Patrick, this time making him ill from all the sandwiches he ate and shouted, "Oh!"
Damn.
My God, why did they make his belly look like tinfoil, giving me some sort of weird form of trypophobia? You know what, good, that guy's a prick. I'll be glad to have him gone. Once we get control over gameplay again, we talk to Sandy, who tells us we can recharge the oxygen tanks over at Oxygen Springs, a place that is essentially like a spa or a bathhouse that uses oxygen rather than hot water. Funny that they decided to play around with the whole underwater aspect of the show, already showing us rain underwater, fire underwater, and later water underwater. Down the road we see the sign that we destroyed. We click it and... When we get to Oxygen Springs, we confront a camera, asking it to let us in. This little guy is actually pretty funny. He tells us that despite being a spa, in which most people are in swimsuits, we require a jacket to conform to the establishment's dress code.
Jackets? Isn't everybody in there wearing swimsuits?
Well, yes, they are, but before they're allowed to change into swimsuits, they must be wearing jackets.
Oh, I guess guess that makes sense.
Of course it does. Just don't think about it too much.
With nowhere else to turn, we make our way back to the rocket, and before we get there, the game interrupts us and shows us yet another in-game cutscene. We see one fella angry at another fella, who's tossing around a golden coconut. It is here that we see the major theme of Chapter 4, classism. The first instance in which class convergence is displayed on screen, and it's a hostile interaction, showing how, despite living next to each other, filtering the same salty seawater, it is class divide that defines their relationship. Back with Sandy, she tells us that, to get a jacket, we can call in a favour from her friend Cowfish Craig, in the hopes that he might know where to find one. Our next location is Waverly Hills, a clever play on word, and Beverly Hills, T-E. Once over there, we click on the tree on the right and pick up a coconut that fell out. This is the one time that progression item placement seems a little unfair, to be honest. Now obviously, I found it because I knew it was there, but an average player, let alone an average child, is not going to find it particularly easily. We find that the gate to Waverly Hills is locked behind a pressure-sensitive slab of metal. We turn on the fountain and inflate SpongeBob with underwater water so that he is heavy enough to activate it. I wonder if someone is into this. Oh my god. I find it funny that this whole time, the devs actually did have the ability to shape and mould the SpongeBob model to pretty decent results, and just wait until now to do anything with it, and never again. This game is full of surprises. After making our way through Waverly Hills, we meet one of the residents, that same dude who was absolutely seething in that earlier cutscene. He explains to us that the man in the shack is Cowfish Craig, and is currently angry at him because he stole one of his golden coconuts.
But his shack is an eyesore. It's keeping all of our property values down.
What makes this guy more of an asshole is that he admits that Craig actually lived there before Waverly Hills was even built, meaning he has more of a right to live there than the rest of the neighbourhood, proving once and for all that following the law nor common decency was ever expected from the rich and powerful. I would never expected SpongeBob to be so candid to real life. Over at Craig's little house, we talk to him and he explains how the golden coconut had fallen over the rich dude's fence into his yard, claiming that if it fell onto his property, it is his property. When we ask what he wants the golden coconut for, he explained that he's only using it as a paperweight. When we ask if we can find him a new paperweight, he says, sure, and we use the regular coconut as a replacement in what I assume is an Indiana Jones reference? I mean, you've got the dangerous floor and the pedestal and the light. I don't know, I haven't seen Indiana Jones, as I'm sure neither has the game's target audience despite their insistence on weird references to pop culture. With the feud settled, we return to Cowfish Craig, who tells us that a restaurant called Sublime Seafoods actually offers jackets as part of their dress code. When we tell the rich dude the good news and return him his coconut, all he gives us is a lousy coin.
A quarter?
Well, I don't carry much cash on me. Sorry.
We return once again to Sandy and use the coin on the phone box that's been there all this time. Turns out that the sign from the beginning was a billboard for Sublime Seafoods with a phone number down at the bottom right. I remember feeling so smart when using this phone. This game is pretty respectful in terms of not talking down to holding the player's hand, but having to look at the phone number on the billboard in tiny text and having to remember the numbers and manually put them in felt so good. The little phone ringing delay before the voice comes through, wondering if I did it correctly, makes it feel so rewarding.
Hello, this is Sublime Seafoods. How may I help you?
We call up Sublime Seafoods and after a brief conversation get told the location of the restaurant, revealing it on our map. At the front gate of the restaurant stands a booth with a bouncer inside, making sure no one can get in without an explicit invitation. Turns out the actual restaurant was built over a giant forest, with the only way to get there being a path connected to an even more giant wall like it's Attack on Titan. After some badgering, the bouncer comes out and is revealed to be a lot smaller than expected.
You're the bouncer?
Damn, sure guys really can't catch a break. Further down the wall, we run into a dude running a competition with the first prize being, conveniently for us, an invitation into Sublime Seafoods. The competition involves guessing the name of Sublime Seafoods' new slogan, and for all this game's little plot holes, this one is just the worst. First of all, who is this guy? SpongeBob points out that there's no one around to do business with, implying that he's like a merchant, but that's it. He says that he's been gifted an invitation to the restaurant and that he's supposed to hand it out in a trivia contest. Why? I can understand Sublime Seafoods would do a contest involving their new slogan to stir up buzz, but why give it to this guy? He's just a merchant who sells stuff on the street. What does he gain off it? He wasn't gifted an invitation for himself. This is the most baffling and confusing part of the story by far. It feels as if a couple of writers had different ideas as to where the story should go, but then just handed off the script to voice actors without anyone talking to each other. It feels very, very sloppy. When we head even further down the wall, we see a pair of binoculars pointing out into the forest. We use them and immediately find the slogan we're looking for.
Sublime seafood tastes like chicken.
Huh? How do they know what chicken tastes like? We tell the merchant, and rather nonsensically, he gives us our invitation. When we head in, the dude we heard on the phone is ready to take tables. Funnily enough, he changes his attitude towards us after we tell him we have an invitation, also known as clout. He goes from an overtly hostile person talking down to us as if we were no more than a parasite, but suddenly, when the implication comes that we have money, he shows us some sort of respect and affection, demonstrating how it is money that really defines your position in society. Wow.
There's power in the word no. At University of Phoenix, there's no application fee. And
I knew meritocracy was dead, but I didn't think SpongeBob would be the one to confirm it for me. We didn't stay for long, as after getting the jacket that we oh so desired, we get kicked out for not having the palate of a Tory.
What can I get you?
I'll have a Krabby Patty.
What? Krabby Patty? Well, I never. Get out. You must be from Bikini Bottom or some equally despicable place.
Out of fear, SpongeBob gets paralysed in a T-pose and we are swiftly removed from the premises, jacket still equipped. After heading down to Oxygen Springs, we are granted immediate access to the spa and notice Patrick, the bastard, has already made himself at home. Turns out that he has committed a crime by breaking and entering into the establishment and has taken one of the springs for himself. You know, this whole situation could have been avoided if these two had, like, a phone. He tells us that he left his underwear back in the changing room but is too shy to get them himself. Your other clothes are right there. Why didn't you put your underwear with them? And if you're so scared of being seen naked, then how did you get from the changing room to the spring with them?
The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma.
Over in the changing rooms, we find yet another one of those cute little behind-the-scenes videotapes and I was worried you weren't going to show up. The little story arc involving the anchovy comes to a conclusion, revealing that all this time it was not the same dude, but a whole web of identical siblings. I thought it was pretty cute. Certainly unnecessary for the main story, but it's a cute reward for the players who spoke to the NPCs you weren't required to talk to. When we bring Patrick his underwear, he hops out of the spring fully changed, as we finally recharge those oxygen tanks. The game automatically starts us with its final cutscene, showing the gang now ready at long last to get to Neptune's paradise. And who would have guessed? It's a calm, relaxing journey all the way there with no interruptions or errors. We finally land safely to our beloved conclusion. And in Employee of the Month fashion, this final cutscene contains not only the worst example of animation, but also text as well. It's almost poetic. After a short kerfuffle with the ticket dude, we're allowed in and watched as the entire game's cast pops out in surprise, eager to enjoy the day with us. I know I said all the way in chapter 1 that I didn't like when SpongeBob was treated as a celebrity, and I still don't, but still, this ending is super sweet, and it's nice to see all our work and kindness really paid off. The part I like the most about this ending is undoubtedly the tone that they set as the characters are on the rides. Instead of just a soppy ending with everyone just having fun, Patrick and SpongeBob are being idiots and incredibly irresponsible with how they use the equipment. Not only that, but the characters in the bumper cars crash into each other with such egregious aggression. Like, it seems they genuinely want to hurt each other. It's fantastic. Once the day is done, we and all our friends we made along the way leave and journey into the sunset. So we beat on, the boats against the current borne back ceaselessly into the past, knowing deep down that it was always about their journey, not the destination. I love how quickly this game decides to end. Like, it's the wide shot of all the cars, this other shot of Patrick that is so short he barely manages to finish his line, and then an immediate cut to just ambient ocean noises. I like it. Most games will go for a big bombastic credit scene with boundless music and flashy animations. Not SpongeBob. No, he's humble like that. As much as I've kind of bashed on this game for its plot holes, design decisions in terms of what it decides to leave in and what it decides to leave out, and of course those harrowing pre-rendered cutscenes, I love this game. I love it to death. When I think of SpongeBob and all its cultural significance, I always think of this game and what it does with such a simple story and frankly, boring main quest. Unlike the games in the franchise that have released on consoles, games where you're actively fighting enemies with victory over evil being the ultimate goal, this game is admittedly smaller, lower stakes, more of a slice of life. If you think about it, think about the show it's connected to. The simple point-and-click adventure where the main mechanic is talking to people is far more in line with Steven Hillenburg's vision of SpongeBob, as opposed to a 3D platformer with mechanics focused around goofy superpowers and destroying robots. And even when you look beyond the simple concept, this game is still pretty impressive for what it is. Aside from this game is presented very nicely.
My bad.
Chapter 2 and its atmosphere, but I must give praise to the others as well. was similar.
Okay,
They evoked the feelings that they were actually going for.
Okay,
The
I
homey
see, I
environments
see.
feel homey, the relaxing environments feel relaxing, and the spooky environments feel very spooky. All the backgrounds and set pieces have clearly had so much love put into them. The writing is, for the most part, witty and intelligent, and all the characters are like, not you! With the voice
Not you!
as they always do. The game
Damn,
didn't fail
bro.
to make me laugh on numerous occasions, with jokes I never really comprehended as a kid, now making a lot more sense to me. I've always been a fan of video games, ever since I can remember. While other kids were learning the alphabet through books, I was learning it through Winnie the Pooh the Honey Hunt on VTech's V-Smile. My point is, there are games for all ages, with a lot of kids games in particular not holding a lot of respect for their players' intelligence. Employee of the Month is not one of those games. Despite the target demographic being very, very young, the game is never hand-holding and actually encourages a little bit of out-of-the-box thinking with item mixing mechanics. You could even consider it to be quite a ballsy move on behalf of the devs to make a game aimed at people with the attention span of a gnat, focused almost entirely on
The
loose
attention span of a gnat.
Overall, I'm proud that this game was a staple of my childhood, and I'm even more proud to have it displayed on my shelves all this time later. At 16 pages in length and nearly 11,000 words, I think I've gone on for long enough.
I forget what the next video in the playlist is. So that will be a surprise.
There is a lighthouse no matter where. It was built no matter
Oh yeah, the
when.
lighthouse
It stands on
theory.
a wild and rocky coast and has been shaken by many a storm. It bears a red light, revolving at intervals of 35 seconds. Many a despairing heart has been cheered, and many a homesick soul made joyous, as the little red speck appeared in the horizon and told it that home was near, and the dangers of the voyage almost over. I've always been fascinated by lighthouses. One of the first Disney Channel original movies that I saw was The 13th Year, and it quickly became my favorite, not just because I'm obsessed with merpeople, but because it was filmed in my favorite LA lighthouse, the Point Fermin Lighthouse in San Pedro near the Port of Los Angeles. This city is quite literally the keystone of Los Angeles, the place that allowed the city to truly become what it is today. After all, to build a city in a land with very few trees, you had to import lumber. The ships carrying that lumber needed a harbor, and for ships to make it safely to shore along a rocky coast, you need, of course, a lighthouse. Point Fermin, the oldest lighthouse in Los Angeles, was built in 1874, 20 years after Phineas Banning, known as the father of the Los Angeles Harbor, petitioned for a lighthouse to be built. And LA needed a lighthouse badly. Throughout the 19th century, sailors would describe Los Angeles as isolated, dangerous, and unpredictable. The lighthouse's first keepers were unusual for the time. Two women, the sisters Mary and Ella Smith. A lonely lighthouse being kept by two women made it an instant legend, a source of fascination for people all over the city. Point Fermin was described in a poem by Haven Charles Hurst in 1908. In high lands fitted for a fairy palace, a lighthouse stands instead. The two sisters didn't keep the lighthouse for too long, though. As everyone who ever kept a lighthouse knows, it could be a deeply lonely and isolating job. They left service in the 1880s. And also like any other lighthouse, including the other two LA lighthouses, Point Fermin is reportedly haunted.
I've been with my partner for 20 years this year, and let me tell you, relationships aren't easy. Even as a therapist, I've learned that
Some say that the spirit of its early keeper, Willie Austin, haunts these halls, mourning his lost wife after he died of a broken heart. Nearby Point Vicente Lighthouse has a similar story, where, after residents at the Palos Verdes Hill began moving in around the 50s, they reportedly saw the vision of a dancing woman whenever the light swung around towards the hill. This is, of course, not true. It was only an illusion created by the light itself mixed with the fog. And after a thick layer of opaque paint was added to the hill-facing part of the windows, the ghostly Lady of the Light was never seen again. There's a third lighthouse in LA, Angel's Gate, the Harbor Lighthouse. But we'll get back to Angel's Gate in a bit. Don't worry, I won't just be talking about LA, even though I definitely could. And obviously I will be touching on the movie The Lighthouse. How could I not? Today I want to take you on a brief and non-exhaustive journey through the modern lighthouse history and why lighthouses always seem to be haunted, and for that matter, why their keepers have a reputation for going mad. There's more to it than you'd think. And side note, please stay tuned to the end.
It's more
for
likely than
a
you
very
think.
big and very cool special announcement. But before we get into it, let's hear a word from today's sponsor, Atlas VPN. You've seen them on the channel before, and folks, they're back. It's Atlas VPN. These days, surfing the internet without a VPN is kind of like living in one of those nightmares where you go to school without pants on. Atlas VPN encrypts your data and hides your virtual location, so your device gets a new IP and DNS address. Internet traffic gets encrypted, sent off to the VPN server, and then decrypted and shipped off to its destination, keeping you safe and protected in whatever you're doing. So what else can you do with Atlas VPN? Well, you can stream at high speeds, protect an unlimited number of devices, block ads and malware, and of course, save money while online shopping, because then websites can't bump the prices based on your location, which was super helpful to me in the last month when I booked travel for a research trip. Also, Netflix, Amazon Prime, and Disney Plus all have geo-restrictions due to licensing rights. With Atlas VPN, you can bypass geo-restrictions and access your favorite content from across the world by simply changing your location to the country that has the content that you want to access. Atlas VPN works on any device and comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee, so you can try it out and see if you like it. Right now, Atlas VPN is running a huge discount. It means that you can get the 3-year subscription for just $1.39 a month with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Time is running out, so get your deal by clicking the link in the video description below, and you can start exploring the internet knowing that your
I should have just
privacy is
had
protected.
the cutscenes from Operation Krabby Patty listed in here as well. I think I'll do that after this video.
To around the era when lighthouses underwent a transformation that would change them forever. You might
Alright, let me
imagine that
check
hundreds of
messages really
years
quick.
ago, a crew aboard a ship may be overjoyed to spot land after weeks or even months at sea. Sure they were, but they also would have been very nervous or even scared, because there's a good reason why most shipwrecks happened near land. Reaching shore was the most treacherous part of the journey. The coast could be filled with miles of invisible dangers, hidden rocks and reefs, and walls that could destroy a
Severn
ship.
probably would have liked
And
this
because
video.
rocky, shallow waters could reach out
I'll send it
miles
to him
below
later.
shore, this meant that if you survived a shipwreck, you could be stranded too far from land to swim, or get caught in a riptide and drowned if you even tried. I got caught in a riptide once, and dude, they're no joke. Honestly, if you're in LA, just don't even go in the water. That shit's full of leaking DDT anyway. One particularly gruesome story that caused a media frenzy at the time was the wreck of the French frigate La Medusa in 1816. It ran aground off the bank of Arguin, and its captain, Vicomte Hugh de Roy de Chaumelies, left some crew on board while 147 others went with him to try and reach land. They had to build a makeshift raft and tied it to one of the lifeboats that the captain was in. But not long into their journey, the people on that lifeboat began cutting the rope to the raft, yelling, "We abandon them," and the raft and its occupants were left alone at sea, while the lifeboats disappeared without them. The next several days, dozens of people died, either drowned in a storm or of thirst and exposure. And then came the murder, and later the cannibalism. 2 weeks later,
The
15
murder
men were left
and the
alive and were
cannibalism.
rescued by a passing
Jesus.
brig. La Medusa's raft of few survivors was later immortalized in this famous painting, The Raft of the Medusa by Theodore Géricault. Shipwreck stories were common in those days, and were often the topic of fiction such as Robinson Crusoe and Miss Whistle and Robinson. 362 ships were reported wrecked by Lloyds of London in 1816 alone, and over 100 French ships would disappear in just the English Channel every year. While lighthouses did exist then and have existed since ancient times, their light was not usually enough to be truly significant, nor were there nearly enough of them. This didn't change until around the same time as La Medusa's wreck and subsequent trial of its captain, when an engineer named Auguste Fresnel invented the very first Fresnel lens, which would finally transform lighthouses into towers of light powerful enough to truly banish the darkness. He realized that he could create a lens which reflected the totality of the light into one direction by separating the lens out into several concentric sections of prisms that bent the light rays into parallel lines. It was hugely successful, and the Fresnel lens would go on to be used for over a century in lighthouses all over the world until electric lights and solar power would eventually and inevitably take their place. And furthermore, radar and radio would cut down on the inherent need for lighthouses to save lives in general. But the Fresnel lens lives on in the public's imagination, You may remember the 2019 film The Lighthouse, directed by Robert Eggers, how the Fresnel lens in the lighthouse, kept by Thomas and Thomas, becomes a sort of keystone to their descent into madness. Its glimmering light makes them obsessed, possessed almost, by the lens itself. The lighthouse's story was heavily inspired by the myth of Prometheus, the ancient Greek tale in which a trickster climbs to Mount Olympus and steals the fire of the gods to create humanity. This enraged Zeus, who chained him to a rock and had him eaten by an eagle for all eternity. The Fresnel lens in the lighthouse openly represents both the fire of the gods, as well as all knowledge itself, supported by the fact that Thomas Wick, played by Willem Dafoe, represents the god of the ocean Proteus, who is the keeper of knowledge and shares none of it. While Thomas Wick was able to look into the light unharmed, the Fresnel lens opening to Thomas Howard, played by Robert Pattinson, ultimately ends in his death. While not cited as one of Eggers' inspirations, this part of the story actually has an uncanny connection to the true history role that the Fresnel lens had as a tool of warfare. During times of war, Fresnel lenses were often hidden or stolen, and their powerful lights began to become national security concerns. Sure, lights provided a safe guidance to trade ships and local sailors, but they could also be beacons for the enemy. By World War II, the U.S. Navy had taken control of the lighthouse service. The Fresnel lens in Point Furman was actually removed after Pearl Harbor due to concerns about a Japanese attack on Los Angeles, and subsequently disappeared for decades until finally being relocated and returned home only fairly recently. During the war in Europe, Germany took control over the lighthouses in occupied territories, locking out their keepers. In 1943, the Germans filled French lighthouses with dynamite that was wired to go off if the Allied forces drew near. The
Dynamite, jeez.
both a savior of lives and an instrument of death. Light itself has long been a symbol of knowledge and enlightenment. Fire gives way to civilization, the sun gives us life, and the lighthouse is our guide to the shore. But what Thomas Howard saw in that light, we'll never know. But it's most likely that it was the knowledge of the universe that no human is strong enough to handle. And much like the lighthouse's role in war, it both saved him and ended his life.
The main reason I keep coming back to shop with Misfits Market is for these pretzel pieces.
I don't care.
A day in the
Shut
life
up.
of a lighthouse keeper was pretty demanding. You had to get up at dawn, make repairs, clean, do chores, be constantly prepared to respond to shipwrecks.
The more I look at this, the more I'm like, yeah, that's fine. This is fine.
During a storm, the light would need to be on and lit for 24 hours a day, an extremely taxing task to operate, particularly before the Fresnel lens was invented. So life as a lighthouse keeper was not easy. You had to be a sort of jack of all trades because odds are you were too isolated to get help if you needed it. Sometimes you had to cross miles of stone across water or take a boat in, drive miles outside of the nearest town, or traverse a dangerous pathway along a cliffside, like the way to the Point Bonita lighthouse in the turn of the century, which fell into the ocean so many times that the lighthouse service hired Chinese laborers to pickaxe a 180-foot-long tunnel through the hill. Chinese laborers themselves are an often forgotten aspect of this history, on the west coast of the US in particular. Chinese laborers who did the backbreaking work of building these roads, railways, and so much more for extremely low pay and under terrible working conditions and treatment because people knew they had nowhere else to go. This was the era of the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, when the US government banned the immigration of Chinese workers, building off of the Page Act of 1875, which outlawed the immigration of Chinese women specifically due to the belief that they were immoral. The Page Act was effectively used to prohibit the immigration of East Asian women at large, regardless of their nationality. Though many Chinese men were able to find ways around the act by becoming merchants, farmers, laundrymen, meaning they were able to bring some family over as part of their businesses, they were still subjected to
Hey, there you are.
border checkpoints, where they were made to undergo
I was just saying I figured you might like this video and I felt kind of bad playing this while you were gone. But I didn't want to start Marble Hornets until you got here. But since we're in the middle of this video, I will let it finish. Look, I got progress on Sid done. I sketched all of this. And I'm cleaning it up now. It's a real trust the process when making ref sheets, because sometimes they just don't look right when you draw them at a certain angle. But I gotta get this shit figured out if I'm gonna do more comics and stuff with the boys. I did some really quick character guides to use as reference that I posted in the private server. And yeah, I think Crayola is going to be easier to draw, but at the same time it's funny because, like, I don't have a proper ref sheet for him. Like, I never attempted one of him in the past, whereas Sid at least has like a rough turnaround, even though it's outdated. Like, I used to have a front and back reference of Crayol's head, but I lost that. Figure out that hedgehog hair of his. Yeah. The hardest part about drawing Crayola is, figuring out where his bangs will sit. Because it kind of changes depending on, the expression I'm going for, the angle that he's in. But yeah, I'll figure it out. Anyway.
Humiliating interrogations. One of my jobs last year was logging and organizing some of these border checkpoint files in Southern California. And oh my
Stop
God,
that.
The questions were awful. Unfortunately, I no longer have access to them to read any to you, but
Where is it?
trust me, it was bad. The Exclusion Act was only repealed in 1943.
You have lost your fruit privileges. You are now banned from my stand.
Removed until 1952, a whole century after the California gold rush brought in the first great wave of Chinese workers, so many of whom are forgotten to history. The perpetual cycle of who this country believes is good enough to live here continues on. On a similar note, African Americans played a huge role in the operation of the U.S. lighthouses. Earlier on, enslaved people were on rare occasions brought in to act as assistants in the southern lighthouses, though usually they ended up doing most of the job. One of the early black keepers' assistants was Aaron Carter, who worked at Cape Florida Lighthouse in the 1830s, and several others worked as keepers of various Virginian lighthouses later on. The history of black lighthouse keepers goes back even farther outside of the U.S., such as the woefully undetailed accounts of a man in England named Thomas Mingo, who worked in the household of Sir William Batten in the mid-1600s. Upon Batten's death, according to his will, Mingo was appointed the keeper of the Harwich lighthouses and paid £20 per year, which in today's money is about $5,000. We don't know much about his life outside of this, but he was doing well enough by the 1680s to get married and continued to.
Do you think Slenderman ever got that $20?
Who were either enslaved or in servitude to the upper class in England were often
I'm sure he stole it from someone eventually.
and were typically seen as props or status symbols. When slavery was abolished in
He
the US,
pickpockets
the
his
lighthouse service would
proxies
hire
after he turns them.
people to work at stations. By the turn of the century,
Or,
there were a good number
yeah,
of black
pickpocket. I don't know why I
lighthouse keepers
said
and
that.
even all-black
No way.
lighthouse crews. The first black lighthouse keeper of the Cape Henry Lighthouse.
It's getting warm in here. I'm gonna have to turn the AC on in a second.
Civil War, during which he acted as a spy for the Union Army.
It was
and worked
cold,
with
now it's
abolitionist
hot.
James Brown to bring enslaved people to freedom along the Underground Railroad. In 1848, he wrote an autobiography titled Free Man of Color, but it wasn't published until the 1890s.
Jeffrey especially
Get on this. And of course, there was
needs
the wife of lighthouse keeper
a
William
ref sheet, because
Parker. Venus manned the lighthouse after
I
his
don't
tragic
really know how
death.
to draw his hair.
Parker's wife, Venus, was
I feel like the way I draw him is the most inconsistent, because, like, his hair is really messy, and I'm trying to
she knew it needed to be done. She
get it under
instructed the others to
control.
take her husband's body to the mainland, and she would stay and tend to the lighthouse.
But
After all,
he
the
has,
lives of
like,
others
more
ended
or
up
less the
lightly
same
Parker's
body
widow,
structure
Venus,
as
was
Sid,
appointed
so,
as his replacement. She continued to
like,
keep the
that's
lighthouse for a
fine.
little more than a year.
I'm
She
not too
resigned in
worried
March
about
of
that.
1912. Though not lighthouses, life-saving stations had a rich history here too. Richard Etheridge, appointed in 1880, was commander of the Pea Island Life-Saving Station in Rodanthe, North Carolina, the first of these stations in the U.S. to have an all-black crew. It would operate under a black crew for the next almost 70 years. Many lighthouse keepers lived on the lighthouse grounds. With
Yeah,
their
I'm glad I
families who
started
often did
early
a lot of
though.
work
I made a lot of
assisting the keepers
progress
themselves.
already.
But some lighthouses were far too
Gotta get
isolated
this
for
shit
the
done.
families to live there, like Angels Gate Lighthouse. And isolation like that made it easy for stress and paranoia
Look at
to
my
get a grip
sweet
on people.
boy.
In 1913, head
He's
keeper
so
at Angels Gate,
cute.
John Olson, cited in his logbook, second assistant keeper Philip Hughes suspended from duty for assaulting the keeper. All keepers are instructed that in the future, no distilled or malt liquors are to be brought to this station. It was only 8 months after the lighthouse had begun operating. But this was on the tame end of the incidents that happened at the lighthouses. One really bad one was actually one of the stories that inspired the Lighthouse movie, but big content warning for, well, corpse talk. Skip to this time to avoid it. The Smalls Lighthouse, far off the coast of Wales, was seemingly cursed from the moment it began operation in 1776. It had structural issues right off the bat, and the lighthouse's designer Henry Whiteside and a blacksmith journeyed up to Smalls to make repairs. Months later, after bad storms, a letter in a cask that Whiteside had thrown into the sea washed up on the Welsh shore, reading, "Sir, being now in a most dangerous and distressed condition upon the Smalls, do hereby trust Providence will bring to your hand this, which prayeth for your immediate assistance to fetch us off the Smalls before the next spring, or we fear we shall all perish, our water near all gone, our fire quite gone, and our house in a most melancholy manner. I doubt not but you will fetch us from here as fast as possible. We can be got off at some part of the tide almost any weather. I need say no more, but remain your distressed humble servant, Henry Whiteside." We were distressed in a gale of wind upon the 13th of January, since which we have not been able to keep any light, but we could not have kept any light above 16 nights longer for want of oil and candles, which makes us murmur and think we are forgotten. Thankfully, Whiteside and his team survived the ordeal, but the troubles at Smalls were not over. 25 years later, Smalls gained 2 keepers, Thomas Griffith and Thomas Howell. 2 Thomases.
Griffith.
Sound familiar? At some point, it was noticed that the lighthouse had hoisted a distress signal, but sea conditions made it impossible to
Like
land
Jason
on the dock.
Griffith?
Boats that got close could see one of the keepers standing at the railing, but couldn't pick out details. Ivor Emlyn would describe what happened in a letter. Night after night saw some of them on the cliffs, watching the light.
The extender lore makes no sense. If pretty much everyone gets settled into Slenderman's camp, do the others get anything?
Case, but as regularly as they watched, the light burned with its unusual brightness and gave no indication
I have
of the suffering
no
of
idea.
poor, sick, and imprisoned lightkeepers. A day or 2 before the signal was hoisted, Griffith complained of being unwell, and the means employed by his companion of affording relief proved ineffectual. Recourse was had to draw the attention of
A
those passing the
smidge.
channel, who could either render assistance themselves or make the emergency known at the proper quarters. No help came. After weeks of extreme suffering, poor Griffith breathed his last, and then, perhaps, commenced the worst chapter in the surviving lightkeeper's experience of that sad time. Decomposition would quickly follow, and the body of death would ventilate the atmosphere of the 2 confined apartment. The body could not be thrown to find its grave into the sea. Suspicion with her 1,000 tongues would point at Howell as the author of foul play. That, to hide a lesser fault, he had committed the greater one of murder. The world is too apt to condemn errant judges.
Murder!
Howell's skill as a cooper enabled him to make a coffin for his dead companion out of boards obtained from the bulkhead of the dwelling apartment. After a great deal of labor, the body was carried to the platform and firmly secured to the railing. For 3 weeks, weeks apparently as long as months, it occupied this position before the weather moderated. A Milford boat at last landed 2 lightkeepers and brought away Howell and the body of his companion, but the wind not being fair for Solva, they made Milford. Howell's attenuated form demonstrated the sufferings, both mental and physical, he had undergone. His friends, in some instances, failed to recognize him on his return home. 4 months in such a place, and under such circumstances, what would it not affect? So for 3 long weeks, Thomas Howell was forced to live alone on that small rock, with the decomposing corpse of Thomas Griffin, who, according to some accounts, had one arm swung down past the window, making it appear that his body was waving at Howell. I think something like that would make anyone go mad. Famous situations like this are why so many people believe in haunted lighthouses. tragedies in cold, remote towers, tragedies that weren't all that uncommon. For most keepers, the job wasn't difficult. The difficult part of it was the loneliness and the physical conditions, depending on what lighthouses you were keeping. But there were parts of the job itself that were absolutely dangerous, and one of them is one of the explanations for why so many longtime keepers seemed to go mad. Mercury poisoning. Now, I know a bunch of you are already rushing to the comments to be like, what about lead poisoning? Bibs, I know. We're just focusing on mercury right now because it was part of the actual job. The Fresnel lens and its extended system were extremely heavy, and it was a big issue since, obviously, the lens needs to spin around. Bernard-Henri Wagner proposed the idea of floating the lantern on a bath of mercury.
Alright, hold on a sec.
Panama City Beach, where
Panama
you
City
can be
Beach.
A 2-ton
I'd like to go
bath
to a
of
lighthouse.
mercury. The idea didn't really take
one
off
day.
until 1890 when it was reworked to be more efficient and with less than 2 tons of mercury, which is frankly a low bar because they ended up with only 200 pounds of mercury. But it worked. The lenses could now move with almost no friction whatsoever and with almost no effort. At this time, people were not very aware of how toxic mercury was. In fact, mercury was regularly used as medicine. But prolonged exposure to mercury and its odorless vapor can cause a wide array of health complications in the nervous system. Memory loss, mood swings, anxiety, delirium, and confusion. After the mercury bath was implemented, there was a stark and unsettling rise in lighthouse keepers going mad. All 3 of Rottnest Island's lighthouse keepers in 1896 took their own lives, and dozens of American keepers were succumbing to alcoholism or being removed from their posts due to psychological
Instead of a lighthouse, how about a light aisle? Home Depot has a good one.
And the lack of corners in the structures was
But
sending
my
them over the
aesthetic.
edge. As late as the 1950s at Langara Point, the keeper drank methyl hydrate, disappeared into the bushes.
I've been to the light aisle of Home Depot. My brother actually works at Home Depot right now.
It wasn't just the keepers either. It was common for the keepers' wives too to start experiencing the symptoms of mercury poisoning. Depression from the loneliness and isolation of the job is obviously a contributing factor, but many of these cases that happen can't be explained by just depression alone. Michaela Walter wrote in Lighthouse Keepers Madness, Folk Legend, or Something More Toxic. Logbooks describe how the lighthouse keepers would routinely lower the mercury bath, wipe dust and debris off the surface with a rag, drain the metal off, strain it through chamois leather, and top up the levels as required. In addition to the direct handling of mercury via the skin, the metal vapor would expose the lighthouse keeper to high concentrations by inhalation. Anytime the keeper was working within the area of the lens and lighting system, exposure to mercury vapor would have occurred. And the keepers had to spend a massive amount of time up there every day, and they most certainly were not wearing protective gear. It's no wonder then that as these true stories of lighthouse keepers gone mad entered the public consciousness more and more, as these poor people continued to die and suffer because this was a time in which little to no effective care and treatment for mental illness, much less something as dire as mercury poisoning, existed, well, the common image of the lighthouse became something a bit frightening, haunted even, usually by the same souls that used to keep them alive. Lighthouse ghost stories are most often about the spirits of their former keepers or their wives for a reason. But some of those spirits are probably there for the opposite reason, because they loved life at that lighthouse so much. It wasn't always sadness. Point Furman keeper Willie Austin, before he died of his broken heart, threw a lot of boisterous parties there with his wife, and years later his daughter Thelma petitioned to become the Point Furman lighthouse keeper herself. She said, "Why, the sea in this lighthouse seemed to me like a holy shrine, and I'm afraid it would break my heart to give it up. But no matter what happens, I will accept my fate with a brave heart, and just as cheerfully as my parents would have done." When you have been raised in the lighthouse atmosphere as I have been, it is mighty difficult to change your mode of living and accept any other line of endeavor which does not offer romance and adventure. Romance and adventure is exactly what many of these keepers were looking for when they took up the job. It would be disingenuous for me to imply that lighthouses brought nothing but depression and madness. They made people extremely happy too, not the least of which were the sailors who relied on them to make it home alive. Today, the U.S. lighthouses are fully automated and keeperless, save for the last one left with a keeper in Boston. The days in this country of romance and adventure and a lighthouse by the sea are mostly gone, but the ghosts still linger, even if only in our imaginations. Thank you so much for watching this video. Now, I want to make a very special announcement. I've literally been sitting on this news for over a year. You probably know by now that I am a cartoonist. I make comics. Well, I'd like to announce my upcoming graphic novel coming in 2023 from Getty Publications.
All right. It is time, my dudes. So, where we last left off, Alex can't be trusted. Jay and Tim have teamed up, first under misleading information. Jay not being honest about why he is continuing this project for Alex in the first place in order for Tim to help him. He was going to tell Tim the truth. They had a big falling out. Slender Man shenanigans happened. So now Jay and Tim are working together. Even more Slender Man shenanigans happened that really traumatized Tim. So he has kind of run off for the moment after Jay miraculously found him back in his car, even though he really should not have been there, because like Slender Man toted him off, but the Slender Man shenanigans, he somehow made it back to the parking lot before Jay, and that is the last we have seen of them. And I believe in this entry we see exactly what happened to Tim during all that while Jay was running. And for clarification, it wasn't like Tim didn't leave because he was mad at Jay for leaving him. Tim told Jay to run. When you have these encounters with Slender Man, you start acting a little off. So it's unclear why Tim just up and left without saying a word. Perhaps like slowly going back into the influence of going into his masky Sona, perhaps. But yeah, crazy shit. And that's where we are.
She was right here, moving back.
Yeah, this is Tim's POV.
With dirt and some trees, but that's all there is back here. Got it? Yeah.
That's a little loud, I'm sorry. Let me just turn that down a bit. A little more. I think that's the random guy Alex killed with a rock. I told you not to follow me! What?
Let me out! Oh. It's right there.
No, no, no! It's right there! It's right there! It came from right there! What do you want? What do you want?
And poor Tim is going through it.
You have one unheard message sent today at 3:44 a.m.
I know you're probably asleep right now, but it's me. I need you to meet me as soon as you get there.
I was sure you wouldn't be coming back. Are you okay?
What happened?
I don't remember. Had this with me the whole time though.
Okay, thanks.
I know it was recording the whole time we were at the front, but the batteries are dead now. I don't know how long they lasted.
Yeah, I figured they would be if it was on.
Listen, there's some things we need to talk about.
Alright, well now would be the time.
There's something I need to show you too.
Something around here?
No. You're not gonna like this, but you need to go back to the hospital.
What? Why? No. Why would we do that?
Look, we're gonna keep working together. It's just something we need to do. I guess you'll just have to trust me on this one.
Not really a trusting person anymore, Tim.
I know, I understand that, but I wouldn't ask you to do this if it wasn't important.
I wouldn't ask you to do this if it wasn't important.
Are you sure it's gonna help?
Yeah.
I'm positive. Alright, let's go over there now and get it out of the way.
Wait, hang on. I can't just yet. I need to go talk to my boss and see if I still have a job. Probably don't, but it's worth a shot, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, go do that. I'll be around. Just call me whenever you're done. We'll head over there.
Well, this is it.
This is what exactly?
This was my room. I used to live here, or used to be a patient here, but I guess you kind of figured that out already.
I mean, the thought crossed my mind, but I never really knew for sure. Why were you here?
Come on, you see my medical history. Obviously, you know I have some issues. And I've had them for a pretty long time.
How long are we talking?
As long as I can remember. Well, my mom brought me here when I was really young, but she never told me exactly why.
You never asked her?
From early around 2, I asked. Well, the doctors would never tell me in my face either, but I'd always hear them say things like violent episodes or delusions, you know, stuff you can't just tell a little kid. We ran all kinds of tests and just about every disorder you could think of on me at some point or another. And they settled on schizophrenia eventually, but I don't even think they knew for sure. I was on a lot of medication most of the time I was here. I got used to it after a while, and it helped, but not enough.
What do you mean?
Well, one of the problems I was having was hallucinations. I had a lot of them. And part of me knew they weren't real, but that still didn't make them go away. Maybe I just didn't want them to at the time. At one point they got so bad I kept escaping from my room and hide in the maintenance tunnel or run off to Rossford Park, which you know isn't that far away from here. And whenever they would find me, I would say that I was hiding from whatever it was I was seeing, so they bring me back. And didn't have much of a choice except to lock me in here. That's when it was at its worst. I'd be clawing at the walls and screaming at all hours of the night. Had to up my dosage just to calm me down, to the point where I was almost numb.
Like these hallucinations, what did they look like?
Well, that's the thing, I can't remember any of them. probably because of the medication. It didn't cure me exactly, but it kind of leveled me out enough that I was able to go to a normal school, got transferred to another facility, got into college. That's where I met Brian, the first real friend I remember having.
That's where you met Alex too, right?
Yeah. When I saw that footage that you got from him, and that person in the background or whatever it was, I couldn't help but think, you know, what if that's what I was seeing when I was in here? You know, what if that wasn't a hallucination at all?
Wait, what are you trying to say?
I'm saying, what if this is my fault? Alex could be a normal person, you could be living a normal life, so could Jessica, so could everybody else if it wasn't for me. I have no way of knowing that for sure. That's always going to be in the back of my mind. How am I supposed to handle that?
I don't think shifting the blame is really going to help anyone right now.
I blamed everybody else except for me, and I could be the one that started it.
I think you just need to relax because all the stress is probably making you really paranoid.
But what if I'm right? What if what happened to me is happening to Alex right now?
I don't know. But I do know that you're not like him, not entirely anyway.
He's not running around in the woods with a mask on at night.
No, but you're not pointing a gun at me right now either.
That's it. No more secrets.
It's kind of a lot to take in at once. Come on, we should go. Unless there's anything else you want to show me.
Believe me, I really want to go, but I feel like there's something else here that we're missing. And if there is, I don't want to have to come back here again looking for it.
What?
We found those papers of mine. What if there's more somewhere? Like some kind of filing room, maybe.
Do you know where something like that would be?
Possibly. Always go look.
Will you know it if you see it?
Probably. It's worth a shot.
Alright, if you want to, you can go look.
Okay.
Is he behind his desk?
I think so. And of course, there is nothing.
Is there anything in this other room back here? There's your footsteps. Turn on the flashlight.
Is that Alex making a visit? Oh no, it's Hoodie. Careful, Tim. Wesley, watch out, there's a Slender Man! Yeah, I need to stop messing with this. I never got the alert, damn you, Twitch. It's alright. We are continuing Marble Hornets right now, and I'm trying to do character F sheets. Ah! Tim just unloaded a bunch of emotional baggage. Poor guy. Yeah, going in about his childhood, mostly spending his time in the hospital, being drugged up because he kept seeing Slender Man and everyone thought he was crazy. And he felt like Jay needed to know this, that because of his childhood, he might be the reason why everyone else is being haunted by Slender Man. The acting is so good. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, Tim's had it rough. How you doing post B-Day? I didn't think I was gonna wake up today. I was so tired. 27, treating you good? I'm not 27, I'm 31. You need to grow up.
Glow up! I'm 38 years old.
I know I'm messing with you. Oh, I see, I see. Man, I just feel more sleepy. Today's my other friend's 31st today. Oh, that's nice. I need to stop fussing with his stupid cowlick and move on. Oh, he hits 30 next year. Damn. One of us. Yeah.
So what now?
We were this close. How could he just disappear like that?
I don't know. He probably hid in the woods and we walked right by him.
Maybe he got ahead of us. Maybe he's on the other side of that hill somewhere.
Or maybe he's anywhere. I mean, look around.
So what are we supposed to do? Just go home and forget about it?
I mean, we have this.
Alright, that makes me feel better. I feel a lot better. Or just go back and wait for him to show up at my house again.
let's just go home, I guess. I like how it started out with Jay dragging Tim to all these places, like, you know, not telling him the truth and being like, yeah, I want to go to this place, and Tim's like, well, I don't. And now the roles have been reversed where Tim is out here skulking around trying to find answers, and Jay's like, I don't want to be out here. Yeah, well, you're not the one that has, like, personality disorder, Jay. Tape I found in the hospital must have been there for a while. It was scratched up and full of dirt. I don't think the person in the hood had just placed her there either, but was checking to see if it had been found yet. I should have been reading these to you guys before, but I've tried my best to get it clean and working again, but most of the video still doesn't play. Here's what I was able to get off of it. Oh yeah, that time where Alex drugged Tim out here and attacked him. Mood. Oh, speaking of, I looked into the new series they dropped, Rosswood. There's 3 episodes out right now, and it's pretty good. It's set in an alternate reality where Alex and Jay are still friends and are doing film stuff together, and Slender Man didn't get involved with the original Marble Hornets project, but is getting involved with this new documentary series Alex is trying to do, which is exploring urban legends around the area. It's really good so far. I'm a little sad Tim's not in it, but I know why he isn't. But I'm like, man, he was the best character, though. Tim not acting like himself and attacking Alex, but I mean, man, who cares about Alex, to be honest? Slender Man popping in like, hey. A gun! Everything after this point is unplayable with the exception of the last few minutes on the tape. So is Tim still single? What we don't know is that Slenderman had a crush on him when he was a kid, back when he was just a slender boy. What the fuck? You stop that. Slender boy. Oh, that's his mask on the ground. This is him coming back to his senses. The hoodie's going over like, hey, you dropped something. Plot twist, this was a rom-com. Entry 67.5. He was a slender boy. Tim said, see you later, boy. That's so funny. Bigger plot twist. Slenderman's laying its twins. Alright. Goofy ass. Oh, it looks like there's a figure right here. I don't think that's the case, but Ooh, the lighting's weird in that shot.
Oh, 159.
Okay.
Where's your car? It's around back. Had it right in front of my room.
Got everything?
Yeah, I don't have much. Here, take this.
Somebody's gonna follow you then?
I don't think that's the safest thing to do, right? Let's get out of here.
Jay? Huh? You know, if Alex is still out there, he's gonna find us sooner or later.
Due to an extra mode in the original 8 pages, Blue Isles series might take place in the same universe as Marble Hornets. Ooh, neat. Oh god, there's 6 of them. I was joking. Don't joke about this shit. There are ships for, like, various Marble Hornets characters. You treaded too far. Tim and I have left. It's too dangerous to stay in this area with Alex following so closely behind us. Now, I can't say where we're going because I know he's watching this too. But we're not giving up. We've done too much to just quit now. Oh god, I was kidding! About an hour ago, the following video was uploaded by someone other than me. They even made a ship for Masky with Sally. Why the hell is any Sally ship a thing? Is that another Jeff ripoff character, or, who is that? Disappointed, but not surprised. Maybe? I don't know. I kind of dipped out of creepypasta stuff after a certain point, so I don't know, like, all the main ones running around. Yeah, I did like 10 years ago. Yeah. That was a thing that I was really in high school. And, kind of fizzed out after I left high school. So I only know, like, I guess, like, the very first couple of characters that became popular, like Jeff and Ben Drowned and Smile Dog, etc. Mr. Widemouth. I don't feel comfortable talking about what happened to Sally. That's okay. I'll probably, like, I don't know, research later.
Wipe that stupid smile off your face.
Could he just be in the biggest troll? You will not. Oh. You are afraid. Speaking of Smile Dog, I remember the original chain letter actually being on Fox News, or was it CBS News? Oh, that's crazy. You are trapped. So, like, that's kind of a... Like, chain letters used to scare the shit out of me when I was younger. When I was going on my DeviantArt to look at, like, to grab pictures from my gallery that I don't have saved on my computer of my characters, there was a spooky chain letter underneath one of my OC pictures. I'm like, oh my god. What is this doing here? Alex doesn't know where Tim and I have gone, and I plan on keeping it that way for as long as possible. Same, oh my god, when I got my first cell phone, got them in text, I hated them. Yeah. And I'm like, I don't have enough friends to, like, post this to. So I'm kind of screwed either way. Like, I don't want other people to have to deal with this, but also there's nothing I can do about, like, copy-pasting it anyway.
Sure you don't want anything? Huh? Sure you don't want anything? Oh, yeah, I'm fine.
I actually fell out of creepypastas because that one with the thumbnail that freaks me the hell out kept showing up on my recommendations.
I don't know, maybe 30 minutes tops.
Is it still not gonna feel like we're running away from something important?
I mean, we should have come out here at some point anyway. Might as well do it when we know Alex is somewhere else, right?
What if Jessica's still there? Is she kind of the reason you're still doing this in the first place?
Yeah, but what good would it do her if Alex found us first?
Well, we're doing pretty good at avoiding him, just needed some more time or better strategy or something.
It felt to me like he was one step behind us. I don't think our luck could have lasted forever. Do you?
No. Guess we can always go back if we need.
Yeah. Was still helping?
Yep. Taking one every few hours, just to be safe.
Is that how many you're supposed to take?
For now.
Alright, I guess I've just been kind of paranoid after, you know, seeing what happened with them before.
No, it won't happen again. Just trust me. ready to go?
Yeah, if you are.
It's either that or hang out here.
I'm so tired of driving.
Yeah. Makes two of us.
After a few days of driving, Tim and I finally arrived back in the area where we used to live. The same area where Alex originally gave me the raw footage from Marble Hornets. We spend most of the time here backtracking through the locations that we remember how to get to and looking for anything that could help us. Oh god, I need to sneeze. Don't do it. Don't do it. We didn't find anything until a few days ago while looking in the local park that Alex used as his set for Marble Hornets. No, don't do it!
Whoa! Do it. Got the holes everywhere out here. Nice timing. What is it?
Oh, I just saw it. You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. What'd you see?
I thought I saw something moving over there first thing. But it was nothing.
Be positive. I mean, nowadays, even just thinking we saw something's enough to be worried.
I know, but I threw just a bird flying between the trees.
You say so.
I actually wonder where that one person who wrote Pokemon Black is now. No one knows who wrote it.
Tape, right?
Hmm.
Where was it exactly? It was inside, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's up a ladder in here.
That's right.
There's a little ledge up there on the right. Right on top of that.
Guess what I'm making tomorrow? What you making?
Came out all this way. I'll check. Maybe we missed some.
Alright, well, be careful because the last time I was out here, I slipped off.
Sloppy Joe's, hell yeah.
Well, this next rung is broken, but I don't see anything up here.
Yeah, I think there would be.
That's what I expected to find. What is it? Shh. What is it? Come back to it. There's someone out there.
Let me just climb down super loudly.
How did anybody know where I don't know. I just looked outside there. There's just a person sitting there staring. Where? Right outside. There's nobody there now.
Watch the Sloppy Joe be all sloppy and no Joe.
They're right there.
They were there anymore.
Well, no, but they were just here.
I would never do that to Joe.
Did you point the camera at him at all?
Yeah, I think so.
Here, rewind it. Let's check.
Oh, yeah. I'm positive there's someone standing outside when you were up there. I just did point the camera directly at him like I thought I did. Must have been like off to the side of the frame or something.
That's why we're leaving right have let the first time he said he saw something.
Sorry.
It's fine. Let's go. You alright? Yeah. You good to walk?
Give me a second.
A slender man sniping him from the bushes, shooting him in the ankle.
Man, you got lucky. This one's deep.
Not what happened, but that'd be funny.
Is that a tape?
Sure as hell looks like it. There's more.
They're all melted.
Didn't Alex say he was going to burn those Marble Hornets tapes before he gave them to you?
Yeah, but I got him from him before he did that.
Are you sure you got all of them?
No, but...
Well, what if these are his?
Go, check the other holes around here, see if there's any more. I'll keep looking through this one.
Okay. Nothing in this one.
Not that I can see. I think this one might still play. The case is melted, but I don't think the tape itself is.
Seriously?
Yeah, same for this one.
Let's see. Let's just take them all with us. Better safe than sorry. Let's go. You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Let's go.
For anyone who got confused, it was originally called Pokemon Black, but when Gen 5 came out, the name got changed to be Pokemon Creepy Black. I remember, yeah. Well, not that detail, but yeah, I think that sounds familiar. So far, I've got one of the tapes we found to work. Tim was right, it contains more of Alex's raw footage from when he was shooting Marble Hornets. Here's what I was able to get off of it.
It's fine. How was your day? Yeah. Oh, I forgot to tell you this the other day. I found out that one of the guys in the movie is actually from that area around your school. Yeah, it's someone that got to play one of the smaller parts. We're talking about filming locations, and he mentioned a few up there that you might know of. Yeah. When I found out, I told him, that's weird. He's actually going to school there. Basically just good luck not being bored. We're gonna come visit you soon, okay? Yeah, and while I'm up there, we might actually film a few things for Marble Hornets. Actually, I've been thinking, I might try to transfer there after I'm done shooting all this. Yeah, I mean, the film program up there is better than the one I'm at now, so... I mean, well, that's what I've heard, at least. Also, I just don't like being this far away from you. Anyway, I'm really tired from shooting today, so I'm just gonna go to bed. Yeah, I got back a few minutes ago. I'm at home. My reception gets a little spotty out here sometimes, so maybe you're hearing static or something. Yeah, like I said though, I'm just gonna go to bed, okay? I'll talk to you later. Alright, bye.
Is Rosswood a split timeline or an alternate series with no connection to the OG series except by name? It hasn't really been confirmed yet. It feels like a split timeline. Because they reference the Marble Hornets film that Alex was working on. And Alex and Jay are together working on a new documentary series and everything in the same locations. And Slender Man is getting involved. The playground Alex went to looks like the same one that's in entry 4. That was a while ago. But why did he choose to burn this tape and give the other ones to me? Because he didn't want to see the fucking ghost on it, that's why. I think it might have something to do with Amy. She was never mentioned in any of the other footage that Alex originally gave me. He's ghosting Slenderman. I've gotten another one of the tapes we found to work.
Left and now I can't afford the rent. So.
That sucks. Packing a lot to do.
Yeah. Come on. Where are you moving to?
About 35 minutes pass with the camera still recording.
I just don't want to deal with it anymore, okay? It wasn't that good to begin with. I just want to start with something new.
If you don't want it, just I'll take it. It's better than the alternative. You know.
Sid looking cute AF, by the way. Thank you.
Is that okay? Can you do that?
Fine. During that. As long as it's okay. It's okay.
You probably shouldn't keep tapes of an attic with the line control. You can ruin that.
Oh. I was trying to rewind, it didn't work.
I know you had this many of them, but thanks for giving them to me. You got like lots of shots of wooded areas and stuff on here.
Yeah, probably. Okay. Look, I don't want to talk about this again, alright?
Sure, it's not that bad.
Okay, I'm not kidding. Don't ever bring this up around me again.
Okay.
See you around.
Bye.
Hey, Jake, hold on.
This was when I originally got Alex's tapes from him, which was almost 7 years ago. But it's not right. It isn't what I remember happening at all. Alex never attacked me. He gave me his tapes, I left, and that was it. Nah, he was always crazy. If I don't remember this correctly, what else could be wrong? What else has Alex caused me to forget?
How are we gonna get inside?
Find out.
Guess we'll find out. Oh, this is a big one.
Break a window, and hopefully it won't come to that.
I was waiting for this one.
Well, that for rent sign over there looks like it's been here for quite a while, so I don't know if anybody had even noticed.
This is weird. I remember this area being a lot more wooded than this. But of course, apparently my memory of here is very spotty already.
I know that's kind of a difficult thing to deal with, but just remember you're not the only one. That helps.
I guess.
Fingers crossed.
Oh. Is it that easy?
Just don't jinx it. We'll never have anything.
Why would whoever owns this place just leave it unlocked like that?
Probably didn't expect people like us to just wander in here.
Tim looking like a Home Depot Edward Cullen as always.
I don't know if we're gonna find much of anything. Worth a shot, though.
Hopefully we find something that'll help us get to Alex before he gets to us. I don't know what that would be though.
I think we're a little closer now. And we finally know how you got roped into this for real. It's better than nothing, I guess.
I guess, but it still doesn't make sense to me. Like, why did he give me the tapes in the first place?
This slutty little back brace. You leave him alone!
I think he got mixed up in things that he couldn't control. And he gave you the tapes that made him look like the victim rather than the cause.
Yeah. Maybe. Why did he just attack me like that after he gave them to me?
You heard him talking to Amy on the phone on that tape. It doesn't sound like a killer to me. From a liar, maybe. How he attacked you. That didn't like plan. I think he panicked. That's why he took off.
Yeah. Maybe he tried to burn that tape of him talking to Amy because he didn't want anyone else but her to know where he was going.
That's entirely possible. It's the only way we can know for sure is to ask him.
Can't exactly do that. Yeah. I don't think there's anything in here. Is that like a closet?
In the basement. Did you bring the flashlights by any chance?
Yeah, but they're still in your car.
Oh. We can come back after we look at the rest of the house.
I'll check in there. I'll check this room.
Alright.
I think this is the closet in here that Alex hid that box of tapes in. Yeah, there's nothing in here. Oh, wait, hold on. Come here. Yeah, I think so. More of these. Same thing.
See a bunch of crossed off names.
Okay. What? Shh. It's outside. Hey, stay down. Stay down. Where? It's out there in the tall grass. Do you see it? No. It was right up there in that tall grass.
Out here now.
Tim versus Stitch in a ukulele duel.
Jay,
I'm gonna rewind it just a second.
to get you to a doctor soon.
But I'm fine. I'm not stupid. I know what I saw.
I never said you were stupid, but this is the second time this has happened, and in case you've forgotten, I have some experience with hallucinations.
I don't think I was hallucinating. I just haven't had a full night's sleep in, what, 2 or 3 years because of all this?
Look, as soon as we get out of here, we need to take you someplace to get help, because this stuff does not go away. Trust me.
I don't need help. I'll be
This is
fine.
how it started with me. Is that how you want to end up?
I'll be okay.
Look, we just got a couple more rooms left to look at, and then we can figure out after that. Let's get the flashlights out of the car so we can check the light. Put these in there too.
He's trying to help you, motherfucker. For real though, my mom, of all people, got weird letters like that, but much grosser at our door once. The neighbor's mentally ill son in his 20s started stalking my 62-year-old mom It was weird. Same handwriting as those notes. Ew.
I can put the flashlights in the trunk. These in my bag, I guess. No, top pocket. Okay. There's the flashlights right there. Should go check those other two bedrooms because I only looked in one. I don't think anything will be in, but might as well. Oh, yeah.
Can you give me a minute this real quick?
That's a jammed?
Yeah.
What's the camera?
There he is!
Anything?
Nope. Not seeing anything.
That was a waste of time.
Yep. I just got this lock.
Ooh, really pretty sunset shot.
Nothing else.
We got the attic in here. We can look in.
We're gonna need a ladder to get up there.
Yeah. Oh, you think there might be one in the basement?
I mean, we gotta go down there anyway. Might as well look.
Why didn't the piano say anything when he showed up? My musical cue! Now he's gonna snatch me and drag me to the tall grass.
Yeah. It's darker than I thought it would be. Huh? I don't know why. Is that outside?
Yeah. Come on, we gotta get out of here. We gotta get out of here.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Here it comes.
Here, pick the camera. Come on. Out this way. Come on, hurry up. Jay? Jay? Jay! Jay! Come on.
Come on. Let's get out of here. Come on. Come on, wake up. Do you hear me? Come on. Stay with me, buddy. Come on. Come on. We gotta get to the car. Let's get to the car. And then we can get out of here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Where are we going? We're going to the car. Straight up ahead. You get your flashlight? Yeah. Yeah. I got it. You'll be alright. Okay. Here, guys, take care of it.
We have now entered the arc where Jay becomes pretty ill from the whole Slender Man disease, and Tim basically has to take care of him and becomes the main character for a bit. Pretty much for the rest of the series. Tim's such a fucking badass. I don't know, that was just really sweet. Like, they got separated for a minute and he was like trying to find Jay, and when he does come across him, he's having a seizure on the ground and he's like panicking about it, but then Slender Man shows up and Tim just stands his ground and stares him down like, the fuck are you gonna do? Back up! Damn it. Yeah, Tim's cool. I like Jay and Tim's friendship a lot. On that note, though, I really need to get up for a second. Might make some decaf while I am doing so. Need to turn the AC on. I'll be back soon, though. Thanks for sticking with me for this long. Might pass out soon. That's okay. I appreciate you being here. Alright, let me unmute this. I'm back. Just give me a second. Oh, my phone is about to die. That's not good. Got my charger right here. It's fine. It's whatever. Okay. I thought someone messaged me while I was gone. Okay. Well, let's see. That's it for the basic turnaround for Sid. I could start on Krail next. Hold on. Mute that. Actually, wait. There we go, do that. Okay. Canvas size, right. Oh, god damn it. Can't type. Alright, there we go. Should be good. Let's continue. They do a really good job at concealing this guy's identity for this long. Really clever camera angles and such that they do, even when the mask is off. How you all doing tonight? Wait a minute. Oh, shit. I never, oops. I didn't put Sid's, eyelid color on the sheet, on the original. No wonder I was, like, struggling with that. I will fix that in a minute. I mean, I'll do that right now, but... Okay. Copy. Actually, Krail ripped off his eyelids in a fit of rage. Oh no. Why would you do that? I might put the color sheet on, a different, page of the ref sheet. Man, does Sid really have that many colors on him? Damn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, it's just like one extra, but it sure looks like it's more. It's like Crayo's a little bit more monochrome. Actually, I don't have white on here. But Crayo's shoes are white, so I put it on here even though it's not really necessary. We'll keep it, I guess. Okay. Take another seep. This bit, Tim's like, Jay, what are you doing out of the house? Get back in there. Come on. Get inside, buddy. Because Jay is not acting like himself.
Why'd you take the camera with you? I woke up and I thought it was stolen or something. I was kind of freaking out.
We agreed before we left, remember? You said you wanted me to keep recording everything in case something happened, and you couldn't.
Did something happen?
Yeah, you've been pretty out of it since we went back to Alex's old house. You remember anything about that?
Yeah. I remember going there and searching through those bedrooms, and then we went down in the basement. You know, it's kind of hazy now that I'm trying to remember it after that.
Well, we ran into some trouble. You had some kind of seizure and I had to drag you out of there. But honestly, this is the most coherent you've been since we got back.
You say trouble, do you mean?
Yeah. Although something weird happened this time. After I found you, I managed to get close to it, and then it just disappeared.
What'd you do?
I didn't do anything. The only thing I can think of is that it had something to do with the medication I've been taking.
I don't know, some tiny pills
I managed to keep my composure and not black out, and had probably the worst headache I've ever had after that, but the only explanation I can think of is the medication, which is why I've been sharing them with you since we got back, just to be safe, because I wanted to.
You gave them to me? I was like unconscious or out of it or whatever?
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that you would be, you know, safe, because...
No, don't, I don't want your medication. Don't give it to me just thinking it'll magically fix everything, because I don't think it will.
Well, you didn't have any idea who you were, where you were, anything that had happened. I didn't know what else to do. And for all I know, it might be why you're able to talk to me right now.
It's fine now, so stop sharing. Has anything else happened since we got back from there?
They're in my house. There was a video that person in the hoodie was breaking into my house and stealing my medication. And they knew exactly where to go, so it looks like it wasn't the first time either.
There's stuff like that missing before.
A few times, but I never really thought anything of it.
It's not good.
Well, it gets worse. Looks like Alex has been hiding out in my attic waiting for us to get back.
We're not going back.
Well, I'm not gonna do that. That's my house. And we know he could be there now. And we can go in prepared this time. And we don't have much of a choice either, because I'm running low on medication since I've been sharing with you. I'm out of refills, but there's some extras at the house.
How many do you have left?
Not a whole lot.
Are you sure those extras are still even going to be there?
I hope so. We need to head that way whenever you're feeling up to it, because you need help too. Don't forget that.
Leave whenever you're ready. I'll leave tonight again.
Let's eat something first, and then we'll go.
What'd you get?
Peanuts, beef jerky, nothing fancy. Thanks.
He's trying to help you, motherfucker. What do you mean? Like, don't give me your medication. I don't want it. Yes, you do, Jay. You're not well.
Did they get you scheduled?
Yeah. Or they said they'll try to work me in as soon as they can, but they'll call me.
Good. Sooner the better. Hold on to that, or it's gonna slide around on the deck.
Ready to head over there? I guess we have to. So what are we gonna do if Alex is still there?
I guess it's us versus him. At least he doesn't have that gun anymore.
Could have gotten another one, right? And you saw what happened when someone tried to turn that on him.
We can't just turn around and quit either. He'll find us eventually. Honestly, I'd rather go out fighting anyway.
It is gonna be really weird if it comes to that. We come out on top though, because I don't remember what all I did before all this happened.
That long ago.
No. Well, I do remember that I was living in a crappy apartment by myself doing nothing. So I guess I'm doing something.
I just wish it wasn't this. This is close enough.
I'm just gonna walk the rest of the way.
Yeah.
Hopefully that tape is still there when we get inside.
What?
The tape that was in your living room. Whoever's in the hood found it in that video, remember?
A little more worried about Alex right now.
You sure you've never seen it before?
Yes.
Even though it's in your house?
Every tape I had, I gave to you.
Right. See anything?
No.
What?
Looks like he was staying up here. He wanted to wait until I got back and didn't drop on me while I was asleep or something.
Yeah.
What was that?
What?
What was that? Is that Amy?
I think so.
There's something on the back. It's gotta be talking about Alex, right?
Either him or whoever's in the hoodie. You know that address?
No, but it should be hard to find. You keep looking around up here. I need to go check the living room.
Wait, where are you going? Tim.
Looks like there's some kind of struggle in here. I know I sure didn't leave it like this.
Did you check over there?
Hmm?
That's where that tape was, remember?
Oh, yeah. I'm not seeing anything. My door's open.
Huh? Lock it.
Alright, that is.
Hmm?
I hid an extra bottle back here, just in case. Still here.
Sure you didn't see that tape over here?
No, but you keep looking. I'm gonna go check the rest of the house. Find it?
Yeah.
You done looking already?
Yeah, for now.
I'm gonna go check the bathroom. Well, it's stolen already. Oh. I still got these. Should be good for another refill.
Yeah.
I'm sure we're fine now, but just in case, I'm gonna go check the 2 rooms on the end. Will you check this one for me?
Yeah.
Thanks. Jay, what are you doing?
Give me the tape.
What tape? I don't.
No, you haven't. Give it to me.
Off! I don't know what's going on, but you need to calm down. No, Jay, stop!
What is this? What have you been hiding from me?
It's something you need to see, but not yet. If you want that now, it's gonna ruin everything we've been working on.
I'm leaving.
Jay, come back!
Don't follow me!
Jay, listen to me!
This is what was on the tape Tim had kept from me. Okay, I'll read that in a second. I mean, I guess I can... Let me finish my cookie. And I'll read it. I see, okay. Sorry, I'm laughing at something else.
Who is that? It's fine, I got it.
Stop! Let her go. Now! Jessica, calm down. It's me, Alex. I'm Amy's boyfriend. Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember Amy.
Okay, good. I know everything is really confusing right now, but I'm going to get you out there. Just follow me.
Okay.
No, this way.
What, deeper into the woods?
I know a shortcut. Come on. What are you doing?
The person that woke me up had this. It might have whatever's going on somewhere on it.
All right, we'll look through it later, but for now we need to go.
I don't miss. Went under the covers. There you go. Yeah, sweet boy.
I don't like being out here.
Trust me, neither do I. We're almost there. What were you doing in the hotel anyway? Why didn't you just go home?
I can't remember.
Don't remember what?
I can't remember where I live. I know what the house looked like. I just...
Don't remember how to get there.
Yeah.
That's okay, that can be fixed. Once you get out there, I'm going to tell you everything.
Okay, I'm so confused. Who was that back there?
The person in the brown hoodie?
Yeah, I didn't get a good look at him.
All you need to know is that somebody that wants to hurt both you and me. Hold on.
What is it?
You can hear something.
What, like footsteps?
I don't know, maybe. Keep going. We're going on the other side of this tunnel. Be careful on these rocks. Here, take the flashlight and keep going ahead. I'm gonna make sure nobody's following us.
What?
Just go ahead. We're gonna catch up to you on the other side. Go.
Don't do it. He's making you an offering to the Slender Man.
Do you see anything? Alex? What are you doing?
It's all Jay's fault, Jessica. I'm sorry.
No, Alex, stop!
It has to be done.
Stop!
Jessica.
No, shut up! Stay right there! Over here! Please help! I don't know where I am. Please.
Slender Man can sell you a map. Jessica is gone and has been ever since I left that hotel. What happened to her looks like the same thing that happened to the man that approached Alex in entry 49. And Tim had something to do with it. He's been lying to me the whole time.
Who is it?
It's me. Come on, open up.
It's open.
Tim? I just want to talk.
Drop it! What else do we have? Zip ties? Just want to talk? What were you gonna do? Sit down. Sit down.
Get off! Get off! No!
You're a liar. You had that tape for how long? mean you never
It was
told
in
me?
my jacket pocket the day we both woke up next to that shack in Rosswood. I've had it ever since. And this right here is exactly why I haven't shown it to you yet.
What are you talking about?
I knew if you saw it now, you'd blame me for Jessica disappearing, and then that would make finding Alex even harder.
Just tell me where she is.
I don't know any more than you do. I don't even remember the parts that were on that tape. You should know that.
I don't believe you.
Well, you're gonna have to, okay? Because the way I see it, there's two possibilities. One, she is dead, in which case there is nothing we can do.
It wouldn't be my fault.
Two, she is still alive, and if she is, we cannot go anywhere near her, especially not you. You could be followed, or you could show where she is on your camera, or something like that, and then she would get dragged back into this all over again.
But if she's alive out there, she could need our help.
She has to be dead to us regardless, Jay. We need to be focusing on finding Alex because he's the one who's actually responsible for all of this. Blaming me isn't gonna do anything. I looked at that address that was on the back of that picture we found in my attic. It's a nearby college, probably the one that Alex went to be with Amy. I'm going there and I'm not taking you with me, not like this.
Wait, Ted, just leave my camera.
No.
Leave my camera, I need it! Give it to me! Ted!
The way Jay has been acting over the last few months is causing him to be a danger to both me and himself. I did what I had to do to keep him from putting us at risk. He needs help, but I don't know what else I can do. I know what I've said is the truth, whether he believes me or not.
What are you doing here? Hey! What are you doing? What are you doing? No. Don't. Hey, hey, wait!
Wait!
I'm going to find Tim. Then I'm going to find Alex and end this. The day after getting away from Tim's house, I drove to the school he said he was leaving for. It's located in a relatively secluded area surrounded by woods. You're not well, Jay. It's a small campus. There didn't seem to be many people around. Or there didn't. Some of the buildings look like they're not even being used.
Hey, hey! Wait! Where's Alex? Where are you keeping him?
What entry was it that was recorded in the Wendy's parking lot? Gosh, I don't remember. I feel like we skipped that already. Yeah, because I think for the rest of these, they're just like at this college. Would it be listed on a wiki somewhere, you think? Beneath Hall, find Alex, find the Ark. Man, Sid has a fat head. The room I found in that basement must have been what Tim was looking for down there. He must know more about this place than I do. I went back to Benedict Hall, but all the doors were locked. I'll break a window to get in if I can't find any other way. For now, I'm keeping an eye on it from nearby. Alex is in there somewhere. I finally caught up to him. Hey, Jay! Why must I fight you? We are not enemies! Shut up. Tim at Jay. Because he's acting stupid. You're stupid!
You are stupid! You are stupid! And don't forget, you are stupid!
Yeah, exactly. I don't know why I keep going back to that. I have the references on my phone. But I'm like, oh yeah, let me switch tabs.
no. Jay! Jay! Where are you? Jay, come on!
Oh, it's too late.
You set this up! No! You're not getting away again!
I left Jay at my house so something like this wouldn't happen. This wasn't supposed to happen. Man, I don't know what to do. So, yeah, Jay is dead now. The following footage begins from when I arrived at the school the afternoon before Jay followed me there.
Finally found somebody. I was wondering if you could help me with something. A friend of mine used to go here several years ago, and could you tell me where I could find like the film department, if there is one?
Well, there used to be one in Benedict Hall over there, but it flooded. The basement flooded there a few years ago when everything was ruined, and they quit doing everything over there.
Okay. Well, the reason I was wondering is because me and him are working on putting one of his old projects together, and he says he thinks he might have left some of his materials back there, and
I'd be surprised if there was anything left in there, but you'd have to check with Jacob. He's the one that's got the keys. Let's do the groundskeeping here.
Is he here?
Jacob! No, he's already gone home for the day, but he'll be back tomorrow.
Is he the only one that can let me in? Is there no other way?
Well, there is a maintenance entrance over at that big building over there.
Uh-huh.
And I don't think you should go over there. They don't want a big sign around in that area.
Okay, so tomorrow then?
Yeah, he'll be there tomorrow in that building. Just go on to the other side, far side, side door. Just go in there.
Okay, well, thanks.
All right.
was about to start getting dark and I didn't want to be around there alone at night. So I decided to come back the next day. Jay started following me once I was back. I was going to where the head of maintenance was supposed to be, but the door was locked. I found an entrance into the basement around the back. Idea. Slender found footage, but they instead find the Blair Witch. They walk away in disappointment. Oh, there's an idea. I like that. They go after one cryptid and stumble into another. There was a different Slenderman series I was revisiting, because I've been subscribed to them, but I don't remember much from it, called M.L. Anderson. And, yeah, I don't know, it's interesting. After Jay ran out, I tried to get in the manhole. Stuck. Like, it just kind of feels like Marble Hornets was kind of the first one to do this, and then all these other ones came out, but they don't quite have that same feeling Marble Hornets does. And that's not to say that they're bad or anything, it just feels like something's missing. But I think my second favorite of the ones I've watched would be Tribe 12. Minus this, minus like clunky acting here and there. There's like 2 instances where I'm like, oh, I can tell you're like reading off of a script. Other than that, though. Or they both show up and get in an argument. Did they double book again? I'd like a found footage series of something other than Slender Man. I think that could be neat. I mean, like, Everyman Hybrid kinda did that. Like, I think they said the Rake shows up later at some point. Cause like, I didn't get too far into it. It's like it's way too long for me to sit through. But yeah, I think that'd be neat. This is very Silent Hill, isn't it? Rummaging around in the sewer. Looking for someone or something. Yeah, Crail's been a lot easier to figure out, as I suspected. I wonder what the next arc will be for Ben Drown Part 3 or something different. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Is that, an ARG series that's still ongoing? What's that one? He hinted at something a while ago. Wait, is Ben Drowned still going? Oh, this was before Jay got shot, and that was the gunshot sound in the background just now. Get a cough drop, dumbass! Be nice to him, he's been through a lot. I blacked out after this and didn't wake up for a few hours. Jay was gone once I got back into Benedict Hall. Even if Alex was being held captive here at this point. at some point. He isn't anymore. We were lured out here, but never warned that he escaped. My medicine's also missing. It was probably stolen right out of my car by the person in the hoodie. I don't have any left. See. Joe Dusable was the guy who originally made Ben Drown. Part 2 started in March 2020 and ended either October 2020 or February 21st. Oh, shit. Okay. I need to continue where Jay left off as best I can. And now Tim is officially the main character. I've been without my medicine for quite some time now. If I don't get it back soon, I risk having a serious relapse. All I can do right now is keep going and hope that I get it back before that happens. I looked around on Jay's laptop and managed to find the following footage, which I have never seen before. Instead of... okay, the date listed on it's the day before Jay came back to my house and attacked me. I could just have like the ref sheet thing next to the name instead of... yeah, maybe. Don't look at someone else's laptop. You don't know what's on it. since when did I acquire all these portraits of Slenderman? Oh no, there he is! Standing there menacingly. Oh wait, okay.
Tim, it's me. I watched the tape I took from you. And now I'm at Rosswood trying to retrace Alex and Jessica's steps. I crossed through that tunnel, but now I'm at that shack that we woke up at before. But that layout is wrong. It's completely wrong. We've never been on the other side of that tunnel, and when we left here, I know we didn't cross back through it. Rosswood has either shifted around, or I'm starting to lose it. I don't know, maybe both. Listen, just call me as soon as you get this. I'm sorry. I know why you kept that tape for me, and we're not going to get anywhere like this, working solo. So I'm going to come over at some point tomorrow, and we'll figure out what to do next.
Ah.
I gotta get out of here. I'm starting to see things that I know aren't there. And it's starting to make me feel really sick. Call me back if you can.
Aw, man. That's sad. Hold on, let me fall right in the camera's way so that you get all this. That's a cool shot. With Slendy in the window. Man. The rest of the video is corrupted. I never received that voicemail. From what I remember, I didn't get any calls that day. Jay's condition was much worse than I thought, and I pushed him to seek help, but I'm not sure that he ever did. I can only guess at what happened after the footage ends. Whatever it was caused Jay to go from being apologetic to violent. Yeah, Slender Man corrupted him and split you two up. Based on Severin joking around earlier, what if they had like Slender Man sponsored cough drops? That would be silly.
Jay? Jay?
I don't belong here. Why did you bring me here?
Slender, I got you. A pack of 30 cough drops, but it'll cost you $30. Oh no. Your fault. Ah, no. Oh, no. You did all that you could, Tim.
Jay. Jay!
I'll kill you!
The hoodie gaslighting. And then he fell to his death. And then we finally get to find out who it is, I think. Yeah, take your meds. Damn. Not yet. Man, Hoodie's dead, but he's still fighting to keep his identity a secret. Aw, man, we are almost done. The chest-mounted camera had completely stopped working. I'll have to use Jay's camera from now on. This is what was on the tape that I found. Alex Crayley's Marble Hornets auditions day 1, question mark, 11 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Hey.
Hey, Alex.
Hey, Brian.
Hey, Brian.
No, you're actually just in time. I was about to pack up, but we can still fit you in.
Were there a lot of other people today?
There's some competition. If you just want to grab a script off the top there and have a seat.
Right here?
Yep.
Right. Man, it is cold outside today.
So just scoot on up to the table there.
Right here?
Yep. And say your name to the camera.
I'm Brian.
Full name?
That is my full name.
Well, I know who you are. So I'm going to be reading the other characters' lines to you. You are, oddly enough, going to be reading for the character of Brian.
Oh, wow, really? That's like the one thing I am good at.
So what I want you to do is don't overthink it too much. Just what I want is gut emotional reactions. You know what I mean? Just feel your way through it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so we're just going to start at the top of the next page over there.
Right here?
Yes.
Okay.
And just start whenever you're ready.
It's just not the same as it used to be. We were young. We were so happy. I felt like she was my little secret. Now that time has passed and it's not the case anymore. It's like she's no longer my little secret. It's like everyone knows.
Maybe she never was to begin with. Maybe what you really believed in was a lie.
Yeah, but it felt so real back then. It was almost like... It's like for a while there, I truly believed in magic.
There's still magic in this world, Brian. You just have to look in the right place.
Well, wherever it is. It's not here. Not anymore, at least.
Great. That was really good.
Thanks. Hey, did you write this?
I did.
Good job, dude.
Thank you.
Yeah, man.
So, just on your
Wow,
way
did
out,
you
can
write this?
Your name and email address on that little pad over there.
Okay.
And if you get the part, I will be sure to let you know.
Okay. Hey, you ready to go?
Yep. Who's that?
That's my buddy Tim. We were just gonna get dinner after this.
My buddy
Does he
Tim.
wanna try out?
I don't really know if that's his thing, you know?
Ask him, see if he wants to audition.
Okay. Hey, Tim, you try out?
No, I don't think so. I don't really.
Come on, man, it's easy. I can do it, you can do it. Come on.
Okay. Great. Just have a seat there, Tim. Here, you can use that script there. I'm going to have you read for a different character if that's okay.
All right.
I'll walk you through him. I don't have a name for him yet, but he's Brian, the main character, Brian.
Oh my god, he doesn't have his sideburns in this scene.
Friend. I imagine him kind of cooler, more apathetic, the kind of guy that always has a cigarette in his mouth, and maybe some sort of facial hair, like mustache or sideburns, something like that.
Well, I already smoked, so I guess I'm already halfway there.
Well, before we get too far ahead of ourselves, let's just start with the reading.
All right. So,
yeah, just right there where, here, let me adjust this real quick. Right where it says friend.
oh, so,
Yep.
so
and
pay right there.
Yes,
Okay.
and you can read through it a couple minutes if you,
Okay.
if you need.
Sarah know you're here?
No, and I don't want her to find out.
You're gonna have to face it sooner or later.
No, I really don't.
Are you sure? Because it's
Actually,
not.
you know, we can cut right there. I've heard enough. That was fine.
Okay. Well,
Thank you. And if you would just put your name under Brian's over there, I will be in touch with you guys soon.
Hey, Alex, we're gonna go get dinner after this. You wanna join?
No, I'm fine. You know, I gotta pack up all this stuff. I don't know how long that's gonna take.
I mean, we can wait.
No, you guys go ahead. I don't want to hold you
Mr.
up.
Burns,
have
I told you to
auditions
shave those
go through,
sideburns,
I'll find
Tim.
a place where I want to
But
do
I
some
did.
test footage, maybe some B-roll stuff, because you know you never get too early to start on this kind of thing.
Alright, man, sounds good. Take it easy, Alex.
You too. All right.
nice to meet you.
Likewise.
It's happening. The slindening. Get out of there, Alex! Brian was one of the few friends I had back then. He was wearing the same hoodie that day during the audition. Yeah. I had no way of knowing it was Brian who fell from that window. I'm not sure what I would have done if I had known that beforehand. At least 3 people would still be here if it wasn't for Alex. Yeah, that's 2 friends you lost in 1 week. I know he's watching this. I'll be waiting here. Alex, if you're watching, you're a bitch! And I'm coming for you. Howdy, howdy, what you drawing tonight? Hi! I am working on character ref sheets for 2 of my OCs. Because I've been needing to do that for years. So I was working on Krail. And then I have like a really sloppily put together like idea sheet of how to draw him from different angles. So that's Krail. And I finished up the clean sketch for Sid earlier. He proved to be a lot more difficult to draw. He's got a lot more shapes going on with him. And this is the rough thing I slapped together for him. Idea for a Slender mod: you get chased by a drunk robot named Bender. Oh shit. When he catches you, it plays "Bite My Shiny Metal Ass." And it's game over.
I don't know what I thought was gonna happen, but I figured it would at least be something. Feels like I've been here for weeks and no threats, no sign of Alex anywhere, just nothing. Or maybe he's waiting on me to do something stupid. Seems like every time I feel like I understand how all this works, something else happens. I mean, I thought the safest thing to do would be to leave Jay here when I went out to the school, and even that didn't work out. Why am I the only one that's still here? I don't want to be by myself again.
Oh, Tim.
Thought about buying a gun the other day, but I'm glad I didn't. I wouldn't trust myself around one of those anyway. Alex is probably out there somewhere right now watching me. Him waiting on me, me waiting on him. One of us is gonna have to do something eventually. Of course, if he thinks I'm gonna be in here, maybe I can be somewhere else.
Go after him! Avenge Jay! Kick his ass!
Yeah, that'll work. I should have started talking to myself sooner.
it feels good to finally get around to making these. It's gonna make drawing them so much easier. I would flat color these, but I think it'd be quicker if I just went ahead and got into the lines so that I can, you know, flat color them later. Or found footage of a Slenderman sighting, but the script got wet, so the actor shows up dressed as a robot. It says right here in the script I'm playing the part of Bender. Oh my god. I decided to watch my house from down the road. That way if Alex did show up, there would be less of a chance he'd catch me off guard. Oh yeah, I remember what Alex does next. Holy shit. Cause he's a psychopath. If he showed up at all. Let's see, how many people's watching tonight? The usual amount. Cool, cool. Oh, there he is. I'm hoping I can at least get, I mean, I don't have a time limit on this or anything, so I should be able to do it, but I'm trying to at least get, the clean sketch done tonight. So that I'll have something for later. God, that's one down. Oh, actually, wait, not quite. Yeah, but he's pouring gasoline on the floor.
You in the attic? That's fine. This is all your fault. I thought it was me, but you're the source. You're the reason any of this happened. Everyone is gone because of you! You left Jay! And you left Brian! Everything that has happened is your fault! And it's not gonna end until you're dead! So I'll tell you what. If you don't do the right thing and burn to death, you come and find me. We'll sell this. You know where I'll be.
If Alex didn't have a gun, I would have gone after him with when his back was turned. I wish I did. Alex has destroyed everything I have. I don't care what happens to me as long as he's stopped. There's only one way this can end, and he'll hunt me forever until he does. Oh yeah. I have to find him. That makes sense. I never thought of it that way. Because I never, well, because like Jay's house burned down at the very beginning of the series, and we never found out, like, how. Alex must have burned it down, obviously. Because, like, he was always crazy. Someone actually made a Google Maps setting to find the locations in Marble Hornets. Huh, neat. Oh! If you want, I could play, the 3 episodes of Rosswood that's out after this. It's not, it's a little late to start another ARG series tonight. Except for that one, because it's just 3 episodes, but yeah. Because I do want to get this finished. We're almost there. That doesn't look great. Nah. It's been a month. Should I go back to YouTube? I don't see the harm in it. Just stay out of the comment section, I guess.
Alex, no, this isn't gonna fix anything. It's never gonna stop.
All this can stop. Everyone else is gone. You're the only one that's left. All you have to do is give up. Then I can stop this disease from spreading. You're the one that brought this here. You're the reason it came for us. If I hadn't have done something, it could have spread to even more people. This can finally be over. Alex, it doesn't have to be like this. It's not protecting you, it's controlling you. We can fight it together. I know what it's like, I can help you. I've had to live with this my entire life. But I've learned how to block it out. I can show you how. If you kill me, then what's gonna happen, huh? What's gonna happen to you then? You'll just be a shell of a person just like Brian. I know exactly what happened to Brian. You killed him. And he died here slowly because of you. How's it feel to be like one of your friends now?
makes you think I'm the only source? There could be hundreds of others. Thousands. You could be spreading it too. It's just using you to get what it...
I've done everything to keep this under control. Everyone is dead. Sarah, Seth, Jessica, Amy, Brian, Jade, and now you.
You weren't containing it. You were just feeding it. When you killed Amy, you feel like you're in control then. You missed someone.
Tom Kenny did the opening monologue for the ACE Eddies Awards in 2019. He swears to SpongeBob. Oh shit, nice.
You see how this spreads. If there's someone left, you have to kill it. And then yourself.
That is quite the ending shot. Entry 87, the final one. Ah, damn, I drew the eye on the wrong layer.
Hey. You doing okay? Haven't been around in a while.
Yeah, I'm fine. They got me on a new prescription, so I'm sleeping better.
That's good.
I mean, not great, but some.
Yeah. Side effects?
The ones you told me about.
I wish I could tell you they went away after a while, but...
It's fine. You still carrying those around everywhere?
Yeah, well, this one's Jay's, but he let me have it.
How is he?
He moved. I think he was finally getting over all this, and he just wanted to...
Start somewhere new?
Yeah.
I was hoping I'd get to meet him since you said he goes here too, but...
I guess the appointment time just didn't match up. It's actually kind of why I stopped by, is wanted to let you know that I'm probably going to be leaving too.
What? This doctor?
Just this area in general. So that's why I wanted to stop by, let you know this is probably the last time I'll be around, so... Alright. You said you are doing okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Just remember everything I told you about.
Are you okay? Are you sure? Can I call somebody?
Also cut my finger earlier trying to slice a tomato. Can't cut human skin, my ass. Oh no. I'm sorry. Everything is fine. No. No, it is not. Oh, and that is the end of that. Holy shit. I have 2 more little guys to sketch out. And then I'll be done for the night. Why does this look off? It's like not lined up properly. It's okay. It's probably okay. That was a nice break from the ads, but it's about to change. Theory videos. Tim was never there. Okay. The following footage is the only edited material from an unfinished episode of Crayley in the Real World, a web-based documentary series. It was recovered from a laptop found in their empty hotel room. I can't read fast enough. Damn.
Hi, I'm Alex Crayley. I'm a filmmaker and pop culture historian. I've made it my life's work to show the world how important films are to us and the unexpected ways in which the film world collides with our real world.
God.
This is Crayley in the Real World.
He really nailed that, like, branding for this.
Welcome everyone to another episode of Crayley in the Real World, a series in which I take a look at all the different ways that films affect us and vice versa. I'm Alex Crayley, of course, and as always, I'm joined by my assistant, Jay Merritt.
And on today's episode, we're here in
He's
Rockford,
alive!
Alabama. You can call it mine and Alex's old stomping grounds because we graduated from film school about 5 miles that way.
Ever since we started this series, we wanted to do an episode about something that we ourselves are very familiar with, and that's
urban legends.
Urban legends, that's right. You see, urban legends are what I like to think of as this rich, primordial soup where creatives can reach in and pull out the raw ideas that they then mold into the horrifying masterpieces that we know and love. Now, urban legends are often tied to specific locations as well. And there's one location out here that everyone knows.
One size doesn't fit all. At Peach State, our checking accounts are as unique as you are.
It's not the bank.
Rosswood Hospital has sat abandoned since its closure in 1999. Ever since, it has been the subject of countless urban legends and ghost stories. Students from the nearby university often trek through the moonlit woods surrounding it to visit this place as a rite of passage, staying just long enough to see the crumbling walls and the dark, twisted hallways. It's also well-trodden ground to Jay and I personally, as we shot a major part of one of our projects out here when we were film students together. This old hospital is...
Wait. Are you not gonna say what it was called?
No, I wasn't planning on it, but I guess you can.
Okay, it was called Alex Crayley's Marble Hornets, and it was about, stop me if you've heard this before, a guy comes back to his hometown after graduating college, and things are different.
Please don't put any footage of that in
I'm
this.
going to.
No.
Okay. Well, maybe
I'm
I'll just
going
do it,
to.
in the edit when you're not looking. Sorry, you were saying.
Anyway. The old Rosswood
A tamalad is a salad, but it's just tomato and ranch. Nice.
building is deeply connected to this place. It's provided young creatives with an unending supply of inspiration over the years. And soon, we're going to venture back into it. But before that, we're joined by a local folklorist and expert on the history of Rosswood.
I'm Jody Locke, and I'm the assistant curator and lead archivist at Rosswood Historical Society, and I'm deeply passionate about our local history.
Jody, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Now, could you tell us a little bit more about Rosswood Hospital?
Well, Rosswood Hospital was established in the spring of 1952. Its campus consisted of two main buildings. The first was the dormitories, that was for housing patients, and the other was for treatment during their stay.
So when you say their treatment, what are we talking about?
Rosswood was primarily focused on the treatment of mental health disorders. While most of the records from Rosswood specifically are redacted or sealed, it's safe to say that mental health wasn't as well understood in 1952 as it is today. In fewer words, Rosswood was an asylum.
And given that context, we're probably talking about some pretty barbaric treatments. Are like shock therapy?
Shock therapy, solitary confinement, even lobotomies, which were never formally outlawed in the United States.
Wow. And it's those kinds of barbaric practices and the behaviors that surround them that likely formed the basis for a lot of early slasher films. The idea of the crazy killer, right?
I don't know that I would say that exactly. In fact, when it comes to the treatment of the mentally ill in the United States, the truth is much more horrifying than fiction. That being said, most urban legends have some grain of truth to them. I've heard of plenty of instances of escapes during its heyday and even up until its closure.
So patients would get out. Would the police just round them up and send them back? What happens?
Sometimes there were genuine disappearances. I can think of one instance from 1998. There was a young boy who ran away during his treatment, and to my knowledge, he was never found.
It's probably some...
Now, people have been theorizing that the little boy that she talks about is Tim, so he just does not exist in this timeline, but he was referenced to.
Some tales and myths that came from that incident alone.
It's possible. This whole thing is like a game of telephone, you know, with every subsequent retelling, the truth gets stretched and it becomes harder and harder to get to the heart of what actually happened.
Right, and it's that kind of malleable storytelling that ends up being urban legends. A place like Rosswood Hospital has to be ripe for that sort of thing.
Absolutely. I've heard of plenty of folks going to the grounds themselves to see if they can catch a glimpse of the spirit still wandering the grounds after all of these years.
And it's my understanding that those kinds of people are the types that are all too eager to experience their own ghost story, basically, right?
Right, exactly. I should point out that going there is legally considered trespassing, but there are plenty of folks who are comfortable with taking on that kind of risk if it means that they can experience the otherworldly.
Now, do they?
I've heard stories, but that's folklore, right? It's the oral tradition.
I hope to God they don't make Slender a mental illness. Sony already did that, and it was worse than Dragon Ball Evolution. I actually apologized to that movie. Oh no. Hopefully. Hopefully not. Yeah.
Of regular people in a community, and in this case, Rosswood.
With that in mind, before we head out to Rosswood Hospital proper, we thought we'd take a walk around and talk to some folks, find out what stories they've heard, and maybe what other urban legends they're aware of. But keep in mind, this is a college town, and it's a Friday night, so anything goes. So it turns out that it's spring break, and I'm having a little bit harder time finding people to interview than I originally anticipated. But don't worry, I'm not ready to give up quite yet. Told you I'd find someone, guys. I'm here with Brandon, who you're familiar with Rosswood, correct?
It's Brendan, but yes, I am familiar. I've heard of the facilities.
And you've also heard about some maybe spectral interference here. Could you elaborate a little bit?
Yeah, I heard Marie Laveau put a curse on the place from beyond the grave. I heard she was petitioned by a patient.
And so she was petitioned while already dead?
Correct.
And what kind of curse did she put on Rosswood? All right, we found somebody else that knows a little bit about Rosswood. What's your name?
Oh, that doesn't matter too much. Y'all wanted to hear a ghost story, right?
Yes. Yeah, tell us your ghost story.
Yeah, I got a ghost story.
Okay.
My brother, he's a slick guy, you know? He was...
Okay.
You know, I've never been able to talk to girls very, very well. But my brother, you would have liked him. You would have. When we were seniors in high school, my brother, he was only a year older than me, so we were close in age. Seniors in high school.
Was he held back a year?
Did they fall out of contact with Tim IRL, or was he just busy? I read somewhere that he doesn't want anything to do with the project, but he's still answering questions about Marble Hornets on his Twitter or something like that. I don't think they made up after what happened behind the scenes, I would think. I'm not exactly clear on it. But I think it's just, yeah, Tim doesn't want anything to do with it.
Yes. Yes, he was.
Of course. Please, continue.
he talked to these two like, you know, sophomore girls, and like, you know, he was like, hey, you know, let's go hang out in the woods, and like I could never have done that, but you know, they said, yeah, we'll go out, and you know, we were gonna go have a good time. I was so nervous. I was, you know, the whole walk out, and then a little, you know, little that. We reached Rossville. I'm so sick. I have to lie down. I was like, give me a minute. I'm gonna sit here.
With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan.
Give me a
for your
minute while the
dreams.
ad plays.
So your dream car and vacation
Shut
home
up.
may be
Come
closer
on.
than you think.
Shut
Ready to meet
up.
the dream team? You can with Wells Fargo.
I hate ads I can't skip.
I wasn't falling asleep, I guess. I was so f***ed up. Oh.
We can bleep it.
Oh.
Don't worry.
Wake up. Suddenly. And it's the two girls, and they're shaking me. And they're yelling. It took them. It took them.
They took your brother?
It took them.
The girls took your brother?
No. I mean, I stood up. I mean, I had to get up. They were saying, you know, I asked them again where their brother, and they said, took him. And so, like, they start motioning me to follow them. They brought me to this tunnel. This big tunnel in front of me. Steel. And it's so dark in there. And the girls, they're yelling in my ear. They're saying, it dragged him in there. It dragged him in there.
This is a tunnel at Rosswood Hospital?
No.
No.
There's no tunnel at Rosswood Hospital. You know what's listening to me?
Okay.
I've never seen this tunnel before. I turn and, like, they're on the ground, and they're, you know,
They're having like a seizure?
Yeah. On the ground. And I don't know what to do. So I ran into the tunnel. And I was calling my brother's name, saying, where are you? Where are you? And I hear, here I am. Just like that, you know? Here I am. And I turn around. That was so beautiful. I ran. I had to. Never saw my brother again.
You don't know what happened to your brother? What happened to the girls?
They woke up. They were kind of like me, kind of sick, but you know, we got back to the car where we parked. And by the time we got there, they didn't know who I was. They didn't know. They didn't know I had a brother. They didn't know, there was no brother. Do you hear what I'm saying? There was no brother.
No, I get what you're saying. Wow.
Come on, man. I just called you a cab. Come on.
Maybe we just cut.
Man. Right. Well, Jody, what do you think? Do any of these ghost stories hold water?
I think it should be your turn to talk now.
Okay. Well, maybe the three of us will experience our own ghost story tomorrow when we spend all day and night at Rosswood Hospital. Hope you'll join us for part 2 coming soon. Jay, you got your sleeping bag? Nice. As always, I'm Alex Crayley, and this is Crayley in the real world.
Credits placeholder. All right. Part 2.
Listen, I'm not mad. I really, really wish you had said something about this.
Oh shit, we've been streaming for 6 hours, guys.
Maybe I could have figured something out, but...
Okay, well, we'll figure something out now. How about I get you a hotel? And that way, once we get to the evening time, when it's time to go to bed or whatever, you can just dip out, go to the hotel, we'll edit around it, it'll be easy peasy. No one will know, it'll be great.
I live 10 minutes away from here, Alex. Why would I need a hotel?
Okay, that is fair. I didn't think of that. But that's okay. There's
Are you
gotta
not
be
sleepy?
another solution. We just need to figure out what it is.
Surprisingly, no.
I feel like you're not hearing me.
I'm hungry though.
I don't think there's a solution here.
Don't worry, we'll stop soon.
I'm happy to do this kind of thing out here in public, you know, but I'm not going to an abandoned hospital with you two.
What do you two? Why are you
You
saying it
two.
like that?
No offense. I just met you know, and I told you before, going there
All right,
is
you.
legally considered trespassing. I don't want to spend the night there. I don't want to spend the night in jail.
Jail?
I
Come
have a
on,
day
it's
job,
gonna be a
one that I
fine
would
at
like
work.
to
Fix food for me.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I understand that. Give me just a second. Jay.
Bring me
Jay,
a snack.
Did you not send this? Did you not send all this
Yeah,
information
I'll
to Jody
fix
in that email?
What information? I wasn't paying attention.
The whole spending the night at Rosswood, you know, the like cornerstone of this entire project. Why is she just learning about this now?
I liked it was the initial contact, like you told me to. I think you took over from there, right?
No, this is exactly the kind of thing that I have you for. You are my assistant to organize these kind of things.
You emailed me, Alex, and you told me that I was meeting you both here. You never mentioned anything.
Don't, they're too high in
It
cholesterol.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're gonna figure out a contingency here.
Do you have a permit? Do you have insurance?
Okay, you don't need to worry about that kind of thing, all right? I am a professional. We are professionals. We're all professionals
You
here.
are asking me to trespass in an abandoned building.
What I'm asking you to do is act with a modicum of professionalism. We had an agreement. We just need you to do
I am
this
not
one
going
last
to listen
thing.
to you lecture me about professionalism. You are being unprofessional.
I am not being unprofessional. Look, I'm not mad at you. I just care about this project a lot. And from my point of view, you are the only thing that is keeping us from reaching the finish line.
Well, isn't that convenient? Do you think I just fell off a turnip truck? No.
What?
I am not going to be pressured like this.
I'm not trying to pressure you. I am trying to get the job done. You don't want to get the job done.
Then you are going to have to do this job without me.
Jay just awkwardly filming all this.
Jody, wait. I need your mom.
Oh, sorry.
Don't worry about him. I mean, I think he had a little too much to drink earlier.
You think?
Yeah, but he just really wants to make it work. I know, but just sleep on it, I guess. And if you don't want to do it, that's fine. You know, no pressure. We'll work around it. We've done it before. But if you change your mind, you know, just give me a call, and we'll take it from there. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you for your help. I really appreciate it.
Where's she going? Okay. Get that shot. Don't look at me. So we'll say that she called us back. She said she couldn't do it. It was too haunted or whatever. That's how we will save this episode.
This right here?
Yes. Just put text over it or whatever.
It was too haunted, so she dipped out.
Yeah, I mean, what else are we supposed to do?
I'll get all the footage together tonight and do like a rough edit for you to take a look at in the morning.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Build a website you love with Wix. Where your words create your
God
brand.
damn you ads! Shut up.
I'm gonna grab it.
imagine we should be good to go. Have you heard from Jody at all?
No, I think it's safe to say I've heard from
We'll figure it out. You ready?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize I was recording. Hold on. I think the turnoff is coming up here, if I remember right.
Yeah, it's either just over the hill or yeah.
Oh no.
Okay. This is the big tree where we turn off, right?
Yes. It looks familiar.
Because it's a weird one that goes into three.
Yeah.
Oh my
So
god.
we cut through here. We can go down.
When did that happen? Shit. I merged the sketch layer with the clean layer. I mean, it doesn't matter. Because thankfully, like, this isn't line art, which would be a problem. Okay, let me do something. Ah, damn it. I was afraid of that. Shit. Well, sometimes what I do when I mess up like that, if I haven't saved in a while, I'll save the thing as a separate file and then go back and see where the last point I saved was, to see if maybe it was undone at that point. Damn it. Okay, hold on. I can fix it. No, that's not what I wanted. What do I do? Brightness. Hey, we did it. I'm so smart. Okay. Anyway.
Down that hill and back up, and that's where you can start to see the hospital through the trees.
Okay.
After you. Okay. We can keep moving.
It does look way worse, right? Like, I'm not crazy.
Yes, it does. I mean, granted, it's been, what, 15 years since we've been here? More?
Yeah. Have fun with the graffiti.
Yeah, I'm trying not to show too much of it. Here's the front up here if you want to go ahead and do the introduction while we're here.
Yeah. We'll just start with the patient housing that she mentioned, yada yada yada, and then over there we'll do something.
So the actual hospital is over there, right? Yeah.
You good? Yes.
Okay, I'll start up here.
We've arrived. Rosswood Hospital. This is where Jay and I are going to be spending the day and night. This is the larger of the two buildings on the property. The one that Jody told us was patient housing. A little bit over that way is the treatment facility. We'll check that out, but first, let's go inside.
There's not too much graffiti here. Oh, well. Wait. Look, come here. I don't know how I saw this.
Oh, no way.
It's a, yeah, it's a mini DV tape, which I think is what we shot on before.
This might be one of them.
Who knows? I wish I had a way to play it, but I don't. Otherwise, I would take it.
Cool.
Okay, go ahead. Keep going. Hey. Yeah. Yeah, we're out here. We just got here. Yeah, that's still the plan. We got sleeping bags in the car. We'll get them later. No, I don't think they'll help. I don't think I'll sleep much. That's okay. Don't worry. Yeah, I'll text you.
Okay. Where is it? Yeah, there we go. Yep, over right. Okay.
And I'll right there.
Whoa, whoa.
Love you too. Yeah, I'll text you. And call you right later tonight. Love you too. Bye.
Love you too. Thank you. Is that Riley?
Yeah.
Everything good?
Yeah, they were just calling to make sure that we made it out here and weren't arrested or anything.
I still got it.
Yeah. That looked fine, by the way. We don't have to
Did you see the
shoot it
AK
again.
in the shot?
The what?
This group
Oh.
says AK. Alex Crazy.
Yeah. With an anarchy A above it, I think.
That's me. Didn't? Was it on this side or that side that we shot on the 3rd floor?
I think it was this side, but I mean the floor was there that time.
It's still here.
It's just down there. Wow. Yeah. Maybe I'm gonna get
Let's go
away
down
from.
the
Yeah. You're gonna try? Please be careful.
No. No.
Yeah, don't do that.
Ground floor is fine. So, I think that's enough in here. Let's go head over to the treatment facility and take a look around, and then we'll come back in here and do more of the narration stuff in a little bit.
Okay.
Come for the historic sights or the coastal cuisine. Maybe sea life, begging to be seen. Or to get away from it all in a state park. Discover the best of the Carolina coast, all in one place.
Well, I don't want to stop in the middle of this video, so I guess I can get some of the lining started. And then when we're done with these, that is where I will call it.
Here's the front. Yeah. Do you want to go ahead and do the introduction for this location out here now?
Let's hold off.
Because this actually looks even worse than the other.
Yeah.
And there might be something inside that you can reference to,
Mhm.
or come back around. And also, I just want to get the lay of the land while we still have some time.
Yeah. All right. Watch out for that stuff hanging. Yeah. Wait.
What?
I think. Yeah. Yeah, it is. This is where you did. We shot a part of Marble Hornets right here. You called it your money shot.
I call it my what?
Yeah. You had Brian standing right here against what was a wall. And you had him sitting here looking all pensive,
yeah.
and you shot it back through here.
I didn't recognize it.
Yeah.
Everything's gone.
Yeah. Yeah, you had him. Yeah, you had him leaning right there, and he said some kind of line. I don't remember what it was.
I have no idea. I am positive it was very annoying and awful though.
Yeah, it looked just like this. Yeah.
You remember we got caught after this, right?
We did?
Yeah, a guy in a truck came up like right over here and he was yelling at us. So I went out to go and talk to him and try to like, you know, get him to leave us alone, and he had a shotgun in his passenger seat.
You did?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm seeing this now. I remember the guy in the truck, but I don't remember the shotgun part.
Yeah. So we left real fast.
Yeah.
And I told him we would never come back, and now I'm a liar.
I mean, you told the truth for like, you know, decade and a half.
Not bad.
Yeah. It's a good record.
I don't remember this room, do you?
No, it doesn't look familiar to me.
It's the exit.
Yeah. Somehow I don't think that's true. Wait, hold on. Okay. You want to go in?
No.
No.
I'm not getting stuck in there.
Yeah, I'm not going in there.
Uh-oh.
I
The
just wanna
footage
see
is
what you
getting
would say.
wonky.
What if I said yes?
You'd be going in there alone.
Got it. Have we been in these rooms yet?
This one through here? I don't think so.
This one's pretty clear and open. We might be able to spend the night there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we can try to walk away around there. I don't think I can fit through there, so let's try to
Yeah, let's
find
see if
another
we
way.
can find an entrance.
Okay.
Okay. Check out this hallway. Look at the rooms. What do you notice?
It's dark. There's no windows. What about it?
Yeah, it's dark. It'll be good for the scripted encounter.
What?
You know, this scripted encounter, like in the middle of the night when we're exploring, we're contacted by ghosts or spirits or whatever.
You mean by scripted encounter, you mean faking it?
What I mean is that I don't want to leave here empty-handed.
That just seems dishonest to me.
I mean, you don't really think that we're going to be experiencing something supernatural out here without it, do you?
Well, no, but it just seems kind of manipulative to the viewers.
What do you think we were going to do out here? To spend the night and have nothing happen? Sorry, look, I get what you're saying, I do. But we don't have to use it, but I'd rather have it and not need it than not have it and end up with the most boring episode ever, right? So we're not making high art,
Yeah,
we just need eyeballs.
Need the eyeballs, yeah. Okay, well, I mean, no harm in looking. Go ahead, I'm right behind you.
I'll just look.
Okay.
Not bad.
Yeah?
It's like the one room in this entire building that's not covered in graffiti.
Yeah.
It's meant to be. So we'll film a little bit in here now while the sunlight is still in, and this night when it gets dark, we'll come in here and do our scripted thing. What's up?
The screen on the camera froze for a second.
Has it done that before?
It's done it once before, I think. It was when the SD card was almost full, actually, now that I think about it. Let me put this one in and take out another one from the bag. Give me just a second.
Is it good?
Seems like it.
Okay. I cannot afford a new camera, by the way. So anyway, we'll come back in here this evening, and that's when we'll shoot it. Okay.
What was that?
I'm not sure. I really hope there's not somebody else walking around with us.
Are you gonna check it out?
Of course. I think it came from this guy.
See anything?
Maybe across the courtyard?
Yeah, it sounded like it was kind of far away.
Might have even been a roof fall. Oh, okay. Over here.
What?
I couldn't remember if there was a... Yeah, that kind of looks like him in the corner. I don't think it is, but like that kind of looks like something.
Oh, okay. Over here.
What?
I bet this door was just leaning up against what used to be its frame, and then wind came through and knocked it over.
Yeah, or a person came through and knocked it over.
Ready for this?
What?
This is security.
Okay.
Now, whoever's in here, I'm only going to warn you once, nicely, but only once. You are trespassing. You will be found, and you will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Good. Okay. Sounds like it came from where we just were over there.
Yeah, I hear it.
Oh, crap.
What?
I left the camera bag in there.
Well, why'd you do that for, Jay?
Is it in there?
Yes.
Okay. Scared me.
All right. I scared myself.
On the plus side, our encounter room is still secure.
Yeah. There's people here. Do not want them running off with this. Just give me a second to catch my breath. Wait. Wait, come here.
What's up?
What? It's dark.
There's no way. It was 5 p.m.
I mean, the sun was setting, but it shouldn't be dark yet, right? What time is it?
10:52 p.m.
There's no way. Hold on. Ooh. What happened? Did we pass out? I didn't feel lightheaded. Did you?
No, not at all.
We need to get out of here. This could be something like a gas leak that we're breathing in.
This place has been condemned for decades. What gas?
Natural gas. It comes out of the ground.
I think this is something different. We should stay.
No, stay. No. What? Something weird just happened. We should go.
Something weird just happened, and we got it on camera. Think about it. We should stay the night. What if something else happens? We might have definitive proof of the paranormal. I don't know.
What if one of us drops dead, like from whatever we're breathing? No, we should definitely leave.
Jay.
No, come on.
Natural gas that doesn't come out of the ground.
We need to get out of here.
Oh, sorry.
Just keep filming. I don't want to miss
He's clearly like just making shit up to make himself feel better.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna turn on the camera light so I can see better. Free up one of my hands.
No,
Okay.
don't use the camera light.
Why?
Use the flashlights. That's gonna kill the camera battery like that.
Well, we're leaving anyway.
Humor me.
Okay. Here, go ahead. I'm gonna call Riley and tell them we're coming back tonight.
And they ended up right back at the hospital somehow. Alright, part 3's shorter.
Nothing. It just keeps ringing. Hey, did you try calling yet?
Who should I call?
It doesn't matter. Anybody.
The only people on my phone besides you are my coworkers.
Call one of them.
Call
Might have a better
Tim.
Signal than me.
Also, don't beans cause natural gas? Like, technically, I think, yeah.
You wanna try walking out the front again?
I don't think that's good.
Why?
I mean, we clearly don't know our way around. We just walked around and then ended right at the front again. And it would be way worse if we got lost in the middle of the woods. So I don't think we can try again until we have more light.
So what's the plan until then?
I think the plan is what the plan always was. We hunker down. We can film whatever we want to tonight, and then in the morning we'll figure it out. We'll try again.
Okay, but all of our stuff is in the car still.
Okay, well, silver lining, that makes for a better episode. We're roughing.
I'm really not too interested in what I'm shooting right now anyway.
Well, I am interested in it. I want to capture as much of this as I possibly can, so just keep recording, please. Can you do that?
Yeah, if you say so.
I do. How are we doing on battery?
On battery? 40% left on battery pack 1, which I have right now. And then the other 3 are fully charged.
Good. And we have 1 full SD card
Yeah.
from earlier.
Mm-hmm.
How are we doing on the others?
30, 40 hours between them probably.
Well, that's great. That's way more than we actually need for tonight.
Wait, you're not going back into that room again, are you?
Yeah, of course I am. This is the room where whatever happened, so I think it's a good idea for us to stick around in case something else happens.
I don't know. Please don't go in there. Please don't go in there again.
Jay. Look, I'm not trying to bully you, okay? Give me the camera.
Hold on.
I know you're stressed out, and I know this is a lot, so let me take over on the camera. You can sit down, relax, try to take your mind off of things. Plus, this room is like clean compared to the rest of the place. There's hardly any mud.
Really doubt I'll be able to take my knife things.
Try, at least. It'll be fine.
I'll be here.
Great. I don't even see a hole up here. Where was the sunlight coming through earlier?
The hardest thing is to get started. You have to get it on paper.
We have started to deal with computers in higher and higher levels of abstraction.
Just push a button.
Rapid prototype.
God. Oh. Oh. A little bit creepier when you're by yourself.
Ooh, scared you. He's gonna get you. Let's see if I can remember.
There's our door from earlier.
When to pause.
So that means this is the back side of the facility, and the utility room is, I think, over there.
Oh. Right here. You see him? Oh, shit, my bad. No, don't full screen. I'm trying to pause. Don't full screen. I'm trying to pause. Okay, here. Let me slow this down. Is that slow? No, that's fast. Okay, hold on. Yeah, he's like conveniently behind this stupid thing. Just peeking. Alright, anyway.
down there is one of the front entrances. Rolling. Okay. Not the most comfortable sleep I've ever had, but it is currently 8:13 a.m. Yet, as you can see, it is still completely dark out, even though we are well past sunrise. Fortunately, we don't have any reason to believe that we're in any kind of imminent danger, and aside from it being dark out, everything seems to be pretty normal.
Aside from it being dark outside? Aside from it still being dark outside, okay. Yeah.
What we're going to do now is we are going to gather our things and we are going to try to get to the car, hopefully this time without getting turned around. So, ready? Just keep shooting.
I know. What, did you see something?
No. I'm just being cautious.
What? Oh, yeah. That's where we turned in. All right. Keep going.
No.
What?
How did we get turned around? I swear we were walking in a straight line.
Yeah, we were. All right, let's turn around and try again. This time, keep looking back at it to make sure it's behind us while we walk.
I'll walk backwards.
Yeah, just walk backwards if you have to. All right. Careful. Still there. Go. Are you okay? What?
This?
Wait, no. This is the utility room that we were in yesterday.
Yeah.
But how? This is at the back of the building. We were just at the front. Ow! No, we need to be more worried about leaving because I am so tired of shooting all of this.
No!
I don't care! I don't care! Man, ever since whatever happened, you've just been hounding me about leaving. I don't want to film. We gotta stop shooting. It's been nonstop, man. See this from my perspective, okay? You have a steady job in the production business, right?
What? Yeah, I mean, steady enough,
exactly.
you know that.
And you know what's gonna happen when we get out of here and we stop shooting. You're gonna go back to that job, right?
Yeah.
And you're gonna go back to Riley. And you're gonna go back to your house. And you know where I'm gonna go?
Home?
Yeah. Yeah, buddy. I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna go back to my crappy little apartment alone. And then the next day, I'm going to go to my crappy little day job at the call center and get yelled at all day. That's a job that I'm probably gonna be laid off from soon, just so you know.
Sorry.
It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Don't apologize. Just listen to me for a second. You know what I'm doing at that job when I'm sitting at my desk between calls?
What?
I'm writing down ideas for the series. I'm trying to think of ways to make it better.
trying to think, what can we do? Where can we go? Do you know why?
Why? Listening.
Because it's all I have. And now we're out here, and we have something big. We actually have something. Something that nobody has seen before. We have, on camera, definitive proof of something paranormal happening.
Time is a frequency you lock into. The world quiets. Everything sharpens.
And lived.
That's... How does that not excite you?
I just want to go home, Alex.
So do I, man. Of course I do. But if I can leave here and have something to show for it, something that can pull me out of this hole, I want that. I need it. Look at me. I need this. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Don't mm-hmm me.
Yes, I understand. Yeah.
So film everything.
Okay.
Oh.
What now? What?
I have an idea.
What, you don't want to go down there, do you?
I mean, we've been in the woods a couple of times now, and we keep ending up at the same place. Maybe this goes somewhere. Maybe it actually goes somewhere. And maybe that somewhere has the sun up. I don't know.
We haven't tried it yet. I guess there's only one way to find out.
Wait for it.
Why do you take more convincing?
I just want to leave. I'll try anything. Let's see. It's actually it's more spacious in here than I thought it would be. Well,
Wait for it.
Move in so I can hop down.
There he is. And that is where we currently are. I'm excited to see where this goes. Oh my goodness, but anyway, it is time to get out of here. Holy shit. Alright. I guess his career ended. So yeah. We made a lot of progress tonight. I'm glad that I at least have, you know, the turnarounds finished. Like, lining and coloring, that can all come later. I have a reference to go off of to draw these characters more consistently, which is nice, especially Sid. Like, with his new body type, I wasn't sure how to draw him at certain angles, but this, like, definitely helps. Yeah. Thank you all so much for watching. I'll be finishing up Silent Hill this Wednesday. In theory, like, I'm pretty sure I should be able to finish it all in one go. And then we'll do commissions on Saturday. I just, like, wanted a little break to do something for myself and, you know, get this started. Appreciate you all from coming out here and watching me draw, keeping me company as always. And I'll see you next time.